Chapter 1532. In the depths of the starry sky, the gray fog was releasing a bright light of energy, as if there was a world in it. The hazy colors rolled up with unclear lines, and it looked like a huge storm. Yun Nuashing picked out the two images from his memory and overlapped them. It really did look like the storm of divine destruction. However, the storm here did not have the destructive power of the storm of divine destruction. It was very weak, very small. If the storm of divine destruction was really the forbidden area, no one would be able to enter the war ruins. This place would become a forbidden area. Master Feng. Jing Yuanji whispered into Yun Nuashing's ear. Seeing him tremble, she could not help but ask, Master Feng, did you see something? You have been in a daze. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at her. He nodded hesitantly and looked at the light of the gray storm in front of them. There! It looks like the storm of divine destruction. There is a diluted aura. It is so weak that I can barely feel it. If I had not been there and been tortured by the storm of divine destruction, I might not have recognized it. Both the little angel and Jing Yuanji were stunned. The former spoke in their souls and said in a serious voice, Are you sure? Yun Nuashing shook his head. I am sure that it is the storm of divine destruction. However, this storm is very weak. It is probably not at the same level as the storm in the origin world. The storm in the origin world would not weaken even after dozens of eras. The storm of divine destruction would not weaken, so, as it was related to the origin heavenly god, the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang had been with them for many years and had heard a little about it. However, they did not know much about it. The others were probably just exposed to it. They were not mentally prepared and were a little confused. A low sound wave of energy suddenly bloomed in the starry sky. Yun Nuashing and the others turned their heads. Gu Zhongming and Feng Qinghuang looked up at the space and said, It is about to open. At the same time, countless figures suddenly appeared in this part of the starry sky. They had been waiting here for a long time, but only appeared at this moment because of the commotion from the ruins. Countless champions turned their eyes there. The newcomers were eager to give it a try, while the regulars were relatively calm. Their minds were filled with the situation they encountered last time, hoping that it could become their experience this time. Every situation in the war ruins was vastly different from the last time they came here, and the experience they had from last time only gave them a little bit of experience, and they were almost on the same starting line as those who came here last time. After a few energy vibrations from the storm, the side facing everyone suddenly arched as if something was about to rush out of the storm. When the tall protrusion expanded to a size of 1,000 miles, it suddenly stopped. The top of the protrusion began to collapse inwards, revealing a huge hole. It looked like a huge vortex that stretched out into the starry sky. Yun Nuashing felt a malicious gaze. He turned his head and saw a group of people who followed the dragon bones in the distance, staring at him with malicious intent. There were about 30 or 40 people, which was more than the number of people he saw the other day. The dragon bones also cast its gaze on him, looked at him for a while, and then looked at Frost on his back. After a while, it turned its gaze away, not revealing any hostility. There are so many more people. Siyu looked at the starry sky around them. Her eyes flashed. 2 waves of people came out. This is just the entrance to the starry sky. There are other entrances. How big is this war ruins? Very big. Extremely big. Gu Zhongming pondered. He wanted to give a more appropriate answer, but he could not think of a suitable one even after thinking for a long time. It said that there are hundreds of worlds and tens of thousands of spaces. That's probably the only way to describe it. No one knows how big it is in reality. I think the so-called hundreds of worlds and spaces are just a bluff. The war ruins have never revealed its full appearance. Even peak reciprocity cultivators can't see the situation there, so how can they say anything about it? Buffed! A muffled sound suddenly came from the energy storm, startling some of the people who couldn't help but raise their feet. They froze in the starry sky, and after waiting for a while, a colorful energy suddenly gushed out from the vortex. Like an energy whip, it streaked across the space hundreds of thousands of kilometers in front of the vortex. The rich and violent energy and the power of laws caused many people's expressions to change, and they hurriedly retreated. The long whip danced in the starry sky like a snake, and after about a dozen seconds, it slowly dissipated into the energy of the starry sky and returned to calm. The people who were watching from even further away all changed their expressions. The people who had been here before were rather puzzled and doubtful. The space connected to the war ruins this time seemed to be far more dangerous than they had imagined. Aside from the rewards, they might also encounter fatal dangers. Just the energy just now was more powerful than any energy they had ever felt in a war ruin. It seems that the speculation was not too surprising. This time, just the energy released by the opening of the gate caused such a commotion. The disturbance of energy in those areas is probably at the level of a high-grade origin, Ge Zhongming said softly. Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the energy disappear. His heart skipped a beat when he noticed that it seemed to be a god's destruction storm, and he was sweating profusely. Now that he didn't sense anything similar to the origin energy in the energy just now, he relaxed. To be honest, he didn't want to have any karmic entanglements with the origin, heavenly god, and the others. Anything related to them was a matter of life and death. Although the results were always daunting, but not dangerous, the ups and downs along the way were really unbearable for him. Originally, he was ready to face the second origin ruin. The first one was the origin world. However, he found out that it was just a false alarm. Now he breathed a sigh of relief and felt that his whole body was twice as light. Frost felt that his mood was unstable. She drew a question mark on his shoulder with her little hand and then slowly wrote, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and responded to her in his mind. "I thought of something that scared me. It was just a false alarm." Frost responded softly and did not say anything more. She carefully straightened her body and looked at the starry sky with her gray eyes. The light of hundreds of millions of stars in her eyes made her look like she was about to come to life. When the storm completely calmed down, the two commanders in red armor stepped forward. One of them warned everyone, "The entrance will change every 5 minutes. At present, we only know that it will change the location of the ruins and make all of us stagger. The further we go, the more unstable the rules of the entrance will be. When we go in, we will encounter more difficulties. If you don't want to die before you succeed, you'd better go in first while the entrance is stable." Yun Nuoxing felt a little strange. The people of the divine court seemed to have been guiding them, but logically speaking, the existence of this place had nothing to do with them. The divine court is the true ruler of this void area. Most of the people who come here are from the world of the divine court. They are more or less related to the divine court. They can be considered as 1/10 of their own people. As the big brother of this void area, it won't be a loss for them to guide the newcomers and remind the regulars who are a little bit senile. I think the other dominators of the void probably think the same. Ning Fei replied, "But this is the answer on the surface. God knows if they are secretly thinking that these silly people have to be explained again. It's so troublesome, or something, everyone. As the dominator of the void, the divine court shouldn't have so many psychological tricks to guide the newcomers, right?" As soon as the divine court finished speaking, many people had already jumped out and flew toward the whirlpool. Some of the divine court members also rushed into the whirlpool with a group of soldiers. From the looks of it, they probably wanted to split into 3 groups and go to 3 different areas. There were quite a number of people who entered the arena with quite a lot of momentum. Before entering, they would first show off their powerful strength to prevent others from disturbing them. Some of them were indeed strong enough to have such qualifications, but some of them seemed to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Dragon Bone and the others rode toward the entrance of the vortex in a streak of starlight. The two people behind him suddenly sneered at Yun Nuashing and the others. "You'd better pray that you don't meet us. Otherwise, the starry sky may be stained with blood." Dragonbone said nothing the entire time. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others a few more times curiously before silently charging into the vortex with his people and disappearing. The provocative voice before contained the power of laws, and it was very loud. Everyone in outer space heard it. Many people looked at Yun Nuashing and the others as if they were waiting for a good show. If they did not react at all after being provoked like that in the ruins of war, they would probably become a laughingstock. The ruins of war were not really a place for peaceful cultivation. There would definitely be slaughter and battle. No one would make way for someone else. "You've left pretty quickly. What's the point of running so quickly?" Yun Nuashing suddenly sighed gloomily. With a gentle flick of his finger, the power of laws and laws drifting through outer space appeared like a net, stunning everyone. They could not help but shiver as they watched the net-like energy disappear into his body. There was no lack of peak reciprocity life forms here, but no one had sensed when a net had appeared. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. "Let's go." Now. But it's almost time now. Why don't we wait for the next space?" "Ugh," said Guzhongming. He saw that Yun Nuashing and the others had already moved very far away. He looked at Ning Fei and smiled bitterly before following them in a hurry. There were still quite a few people left in the starry sky. They were all people who planned to go to other areas. At this moment, they calculated that it was about time and retreated from the door. Every time the space changed, there would be a small-scale energy fluctuation. It was about the same as the movement caused by the energy whip when they first opened the door. No one would feel good if they were to be hit by it directly. The people in outer space stared at Yun Nuashing's group in doubt. They watched as they gradually approached the vortex, and the word "die" appeared in their heads. They silently counted the time, and when it was about time, the vortex suddenly stopped. The entire vortex extended even further into outer space and expanded by a lot. Strands of chaotic energy shot out from the vortex, erupting with a bright light that caused the expressions of many people to drastically change. The eruption of energy was close to peak reciprocity. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, and the incoming energy all brushed past the space several hundred meters in front of them and surged into outer space in all directions. It stunned the people who could not help but approach. They all retreated in a hurry when they saw that the energy was about to hit them. The energy that brushed past them had unintentionally expanded, and the range of the attack had increased as well. The people who could not escape in time all turned around with gritted teeth. Energy surged around them. Clearly, they planned on forcefully enduring it. Bang! An intense energy storm suddenly burst out in space. Countless spots of light blossomed one after another, as if countless stars had gathered there. By the time those people finished dealing with it in a hurry and turned around, there was only the aftermath of the teleportation left in the vortex. Everybody was stunned. A lot of people had planned to head to the secondary space, but after seeing the situation, they decided not to. They would just have to fight the people who were heading to the secondary space from other places. It was not that nobody could do that, but it was unlikely that they could do it so easily. Those who were empty-handed could be split into those who were sweating profusely and those who were doing it with ease. Those were two different levels. If they couldn't see the difference, their trip would have been in vain. They might as well just turn around and leave. Everybody in space had the same feeling. Nobody entered the secondary space after waiting for 5 minutes. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. When the vortex changed again, a large group of people squeezed in one after another. Their vision and senses were not swept into the whirlpool-like scene. That was just an external image and concept. In fact, it was like jumping into a portal. As they jumped into the portal at the most unstable time, the teleportation process was a little bumpy. After a while, Yun Nuashing and the others arrived on the other side of the door. Their feet landed on the ground, and they stood steadily. They immediately raised their heads and looked around. They had landed on a continent. It wasn't a small continent, but it didn't have the usual vibe of living creatures. It was full of death and darkness. Even the continent itself was unusually broken. It had been divided into dozens of parts, but they had been glued together by some kind of energy. They were still connected and would probably break apart at the slightest touch. Looking up, one could see the boundless starry sky. Chaotic and distorted sparse starlight spread across the boundless stars and descended upon this shattered continent. Some kind of aura of desolation and destruction permeated this star region, as if it had experienced countless deaths and destruction but did not welcome a new life. It was a little like the aura of the great reincarnation. But in the last great reincarnation, the turbulence of the void, not even that aura was left behind. Therefore, this should be the void and the world itself after the great reincarnation, the aura of utter destruction that withered all things and decayed time. Time and space show signs of abnormality and disorder. The flow of time seems to have stopped and been delayed. Jing Yuanji looked at the starry sky and muttered. She then pointed in a direction. Many signs of chaotic energy seemed to be coming from that direction. Lord Feng, do you want to go and take a look? Yun Nuashing shook her head. There's no hurry. I also saw a lot of things in this space. The power of the broken laws is very ancient. They have been in a state of destruction for eras. Let's walk around the area first. There were still many things left on the broken continent that they had landed on. The forests and mountains were filled with ancient vibes. Although the trees looked green, it didn't mean that they were still alive. In fact, those things had already been frozen along with the time when the starry sky died. What was left here was just the image of the last moment of the entire world when it experienced the end of the world. The remains of the past. See you, Qing Huang. Use your hearts to look at this destroyed world, Yun Nuashing said as he walked. He casually placed his hand on a pale tree. There was a feeling of physical contact. However, with a light push, the pale tree suddenly exploded into hundreds of pieces. Like energy particles, law fragments, and other things, the fragments drifted to the side. The fragments became transparent, like shadows. They found a good place in a new place. The energy particles and the fragments reformed. Then, a pale tree suddenly appeared on the barren ground. There were no traces on the ground, as if it was originally there. Yun Nuashing raised his foot and fiercely stomped on the ground. A huge pit with a radius of 10,000 feet suddenly appeared on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Just as they were about to jump up, they realized that they were still standing on the flat surface of the huge pit. They weren't stepping on space. The ground had clearly sunk down several hundred feet in front of them. Just as they were puzzled, they saw that the huge pit slowly protruded, as if time was flowing backward. The crack closed and disappeared. In the end, the ground returned to its original state. There were no traces of the huge pit from before. Solidification. At the moment of death, there will no longer be any changes. This is a sculpture world. Min's cold voice sounded faintly. Its laws have been fundamentally shattered. The key structural laws are missing. It's just a sculpture that can't change. Yun Nuashing snapped his fingers to express his agreement. Then he continued, Those damaged laws and existing laws have all been thrown into space. That's why this space has such a high concentration of law fragments and law power. Things can't be changed using normal methods, just like how we can't change an image in the past, but we can change that image when time flows to the present. All we need to do is to use the power of order and the power of the laws. Pure white light condensed on Yun Nuashing's hand. Wherever the light shone, faint signs of squirming appeared in the space. Some white light spots appeared out of thin air. Then they slowly gathered in his palm. After a while, they condensed into an energy ball in his palm. The pure white light was wrapped in various colors of energy. Crash! The surrounding trees and the pale, white trees suddenly trembled. Then they turned into grayish-white smoke and drifted into the distance. The matter itself has already disappeared with the death of this world. However, its form is left behind. The endless law power from the void filled in the hole where the matter had disappeared and turned into everything that should have existed in this world of death. Yun Nuashing stared at the light ball in his hand and frowned. That's right. It's not very pure. That's not the point. This part of the law power is useless. It's all fragments. There's nothing that I want. In conclusion, all the law power in this world comes from the void itself. Some of it is formed through the influence of the world itself. Moreover, the law power has a strong presence of time. There's also something else. Sigh. I'm too lazy to talk about it. Anyway, you can think of it as the law power in this world is purer than the law power in the outside world. If there's a quality to it, it's better. However, it's not as good as the realm of the gods. If you want to use it, remember to use the method I taught you. Feng Qinghuang suddenly had an idea. Then, how is it compared to other worlds? Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. He had never thought about this question. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he said, It's stronger than 80% of the source worlds in the upper planes. And this is just the space we just entered. If what they said is true. Feng Qinghuang winked at him and laughed softly in his ear. If that's the case, we might see something unexpected if we go deeper. Yun Nuashing nodded. Then he had an idea. Then let's go in and take a look. Chapter 1533. This was a destroyed world. A world that had been destroyed as a battlefield. The images imprinted by the shattered laws were just shadows left behind after the destruction. They were completely preserved by the void and laws of this place, and did not melt into nothingness. They could still vaguely see the various scars left behind from the battle. It was still unknown how this world was destroyed and destroyed. Perhaps it was during a violent collision of rules. The storm destroyed something in the conceptual layer of the rules, causing the entire world to be destroyed in a collapse. Perhaps the world barrier was broken through, and the void that flowed backwards mixed with the chaotic energy on the battlefield at that time. The energy of the void instantly destroyed this world, and the mixed energy preserved the scene of this world's catastrophe, forming such a sculpture. Now, the scars of war were all over the world, and they were all sculptures of the power of rules. The aura of the battle back then had all faded away, and it was difficult to guess what scale of battle had taken place back then. The boundless starry sky was filled with motionless fragments and power of laws. Shattered planets and stars floated in the sky, losing the power to rotate. Exploded star clusters maintained the scene of them falling apart, and even the starlight was frozen in the scene of them trying to cross the star system. Although they had expected this, the starry sky was really empty. There was nothing but the power of laws, and even the other origin energies were tainted with the power of laws of this world. Yun Nuashing liked to look at the starry sky, but the cold and dead starry sky, forget it. The group strolled in the starry sky, slowly moving toward the place that Jing Yuanji had pointed out. Yun Nuashing patiently taught Siyu and Feng Qinghuang how to deal with the power of laws in this destroyed world. She did not hide her words, but Dao Heaven and Qin Yu listened attentively. After a while, when Yun Nuashing felt that it was enough, she stopped talking and looked back to see the four girls guiding the power of laws as they walked. She could not help but chuckle. The effect was not bad. The power of laws in this space was indeed very useful, and it was very good to use as a reference. Directly absorbing part of the power of laws was also possible, but dealing with the fragments and imprints of laws would be a little more troublesome. She had to wash away the imprints and imprints of laws on the absorbed part of the power of laws before she could use it. If it was an ordinary person, they would be able to climb up several levels just by using the power of laws and fragments of laws in this destroyed world. However, the people he taught and the path he pointed out could not be measured by ordinary standards. No matter which aspect it would take a lot of effort. The little hand on Yun Nuashing's shoulder moved a few times. Yun Nuashing turned to look at her and saw that she was looking at the starry sky. Even if it was an image that had been destroyed and frozen, a fake starry sky, she was still looking at it very seriously. Perhaps what she wanted to know was not whether this starry sky was real or fake. She just wanted to see the scene other than the ice prison. Even if this world was just an image, she was still looking at it very seriously. Ah, yes, I have to help you solve this problem first. Yun Nuashing chuckled softly. She had pinned her hopes on this war site, but she did not have too much hope. She thought that it was just a place with a lot of power of laws, but she did not expect to find the origin energy entangled with the power of laws and fragments of laws. Those things were exactly what she needed. She thought that if the things she was looking for could not be found, she would have to spend a lot of effort to find them. Now, she could just use the materials on the spot. Yun Nuashing's consciousness went into the soul and landed lightly in front of the little angel. How is it? Have you found a suitable place? The little angel shook her head and stretched out her 10-foot-long wings to wrap around half of his body. A feather swept his cheek and said, "It is indeed a place with a lot of rules, but it is also very chaotic because of that. It is a little difficult to find the power of laws and fragments that are suitable for frost. It is not impossible, but there are a lot of them, and they are very scattered. There is no place that is particularly concentrated. I have thrown the location and coordinates to you. Here, look at it." Yun Nuashing looked at the place that the little angel had pointed to in her memory. He did find a lot of things that he was looking for, but he shook his head and said, "It is indeed those things, but it is not enough. It seems that we can only look deeper and hope that there is something more suitable." "Can't we make it up with something from the realm of the gods?" the little angel asked. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, "No, her structure is missing a few key parts, and her form is very fragile. If we use those things to stimulate her at this time, her form may collapse. Also, before the form of the origin is mature and perfect to the best state, those foreign things seem to be unable to affect them. Xishuan told me that." "What is the best state?" "I'm not sure. I only know that Xishuan said that she has not reached that level. Generally, being able to leave the cradle without being disintegrated by the rules of the void is already considered a mature form. This is a sign. But before entering the next stage, if she is fatally injured, like Xishuan, the rules of the void will—" Yun Nuashing's face turned gloomy as he spoke. The little angel quickly covered his mouth with her wings and said, All right. Don't think about that." She could not help but sigh. Xishuan's death was still a thorn in his heart, and it was constantly triggered to recall the past. She felt a pain in his heart just by feeling his emotions, let alone him. "It's okay. Pain can stimulate me to stay awake." Yun Nuashing shook his head and pulled away the feather. He said softly, "I still can't let go of the past. But this is good, this is fine. I can't let go of these things. Even if the void is burned to ashes and the nothingness becomes eternal, I can't forget. I thought that I was right and replaced the fate of meeting Xishuan with other origin life, just to keep this part of memory alive." The little angel was speechless. She could not help but mutter, "Masochist." "Now that you mention it, it's a bit like that." Yun Nuashing smiled silently. There were many places where the power of the rules gathered in the starry sky, those star clusters, galaxies, and nebulas. These massive structures gathered more power of the rules than other places. Yun Nuashing and the rest focused on those places. After circling around the starry sky for a long time, they did find something. He was also looking for those star clusters, the parts that could restore Frost's form, but they were too fragmented and too little. He took away a part of the rule fragments and the power of the rules in 3 or 4 galaxies. But in the end, he could only condense a ball of less than half a foot in size in his hand. It's still a lot less. Yun Nuashing looked at the ball in his hand and could not help but sigh. Although he said that he did not like it, he still had to keep it as a backup plan. If there was nothing in it, it would be stupid to come back and take another trip. This is just the space. Min scanned the starry sky and did not find any more of the power in his hand. It's empty. As expected, this is just one of the spaces. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at other places in the starry sky. If I'm not mistaken, there must be other spaces, and it's just that this space has been cleaned out by us. This place is actually quite big, much bigger than an ordinary source world. If we are patient, we should be able to see a bigger space. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and saw a slender white jade arm stretching out from beside him. She stretched out her finger and carefully tapped the ball in his hand a few times. He turned his head and saw Frost's curious look. He could not help but smile and said, "Do you feel a little close to it? Do you want to touch it and eat it?" Frost poked the ball a few times and nodded gently. Her dim eyes seemed to want to forcibly release some light. Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh. It seemed that he did not find the wrong power of the rules. He was just looking for it based on theory. In fact, it was up to her, as the Empyrean god of origin, to judge it herself. Now that he saw her reaction, it could not be wrong. Don't worry. Yun Nuashing patted her arm and said, "It's not enough now. And if we just eat it, we won't be able to achieve the same effect." Shuang blinked and nodded. She retracted her hand back to his shoulder and buried half of her face in his shoulder. She carefully looked at the starry sky, trying to divert her attention. However, her line of sight would always drift to the ball in Yun Nuashing's hand, intentionally or unintentionally. They could not help but chuckle in their hearts when they saw the ball. Yun Nuashing looked at the situation of Siyu and Feng Qing Huang. He saw that they had collected a lot of power of the rules, so he stopped and began to teach them some things. He was just teaching them how to deal with the collected power of the rules so that they would not encounter a cliff when taking shortcuts. Even Jing Yuanji and Gu Zhongming stopped what they were doing and came over to listen to this big boss impart his experience. From time to time, they would show a thoughtful expression and nod from time to time. Yun Nuashing suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. He frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Jing Yuanji instantly switched from good student mode to battle mode. Her energy surged as she looked around vigilantly. There's suddenly a trace of life in this starry sky. Yun Nuashing looked around for a moment and fixed his gaze in one direction. "It's over there." Min looked in that direction. "There's someone. Teleportation. They came from another space." "Well, that's expected. These spaces have always been connected. I have some small ideas about this space. If there's a chance, I'll go and verify it." Yun Nuashing looked at the starry sky with a faint smile. Then he frowned. "I didn't expect someone to run to another space in such a hurry. Could it be that the competition in the other space is very intense?" Go Zhongming thought for a moment. Maybe they came from another place. After all, this war site is very large. The territories of the Void Lords are all around this war site. It's right in the middle of this huge void area. Yun Nuashing asked. "Well, it has many entrances. The entrances controlled by the Celestial Court and several others are the safest ones. There are also small loopholes in other places. If you don't want to go so far and you're strong enough, you can go in from those small entrances. As long as you can withstand the energy impact when you enter the door, it'll be fine," Ning Fei said. Boom! The sound of energy destruction with the power of the rules came from very far away in the depths of the starry sky. It attracted the attention of Yun Nuashing and the others. That was the direction where they had just sensed the movement of teleportation. It seemed that there was more than one group of people teleporting in at one time. Maybe a group of people came together. As soon as they arrived, they couldn't wait to attack. The movement was quite loud, and the continuous shock waves probably made people think that it was a series of stars exploding. Yun Nuashing glanced over and shook his head, showing no interest. He turned around and left with his people, intending to create some distance between them. He could not be bothered to get involved in those strange battles. He was already a restless factor. If he got involved in other people's battles, he was afraid that he would become the #1 enemy of the void. Moreover, the process was as strange as it could get. Even he himself could not react in time. Following the arrival of another group of people in this deathly silent world, even more people barged into this space. The moment the other people met the other people, they started fighting with red eyes, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to be dumbfounded. It felt as if they had come in to fight, and not because of the rules here. Was it like this in the past? Yun Nuashing pointed at the battle scenes in the distance that were constantly erupting with energy, and could not help but ask Gu Zhongming. Gu Zhongming scratched his cheek. When we came here, it wasn't so exaggerated. Basically, we didn't interfere with each other and did our own things. Unless we really met a lot of people fighting for the same place. Ning Fei said, although these spaces are connected, it's not as easy as you think to switch between these spaces. Sometimes you can't go back to the previous space when you go to another space. The space barrier here is very strange. It's hard and can be torn apart easily, but if you want to cross it, you can't exert any strength for a long time. In this way, every space is actually being fought over by countless people. Sometimes you can't necessarily find what you want. It's a wasted trip and even your life for nothing. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. It sounded a little strange, but he was not worried that they couldn't switch spaces. As long as it was not a special space like the origin space, the origin world, or the source world, he should be able to handle it. Taking advantage of the time when those people were shouting and killing like idiots, Yun Nuashing brought Siyu and the others to quickly sweep past the areas of this destroyed world that had not been affected by the battle, looking for the things they needed. Sometimes they would directly move an entire star away, or even put away an entire star cluster. Such a simple and crude method of handling things made Gu Zhongming and Siyu's liver ache. Many people probably had such thoughts in their hearts, but there were probably not many people who could do this. Phew! Okay, before those noisy people come over, you guys can digest here. Yun Nuashing landed on a fragment of a continent that was still intact. He threw all the people he just got to see you and the others. He waved his hand and urged them, I've helped you deal with a considerable amount of the power of the natural order. Treat the rest as accumulating experience for yourselves. You can deal with it yourselves. It's not a problem to break it. Just treat it as practice. Gu Zhongming and Ning Fei's cheeks reddened again. Practice and whatnot were too generous. If the power of the natural order here could be condensed into a stable law crystal and thrown outside, who knows how many people would fight over it? After setting up some magic arrays, Yun Nuashing guided Siyu and the others to enter the state. He gently placed Frost on the ground beside him, and he also lazily leaned on the ground. He stretched his body, and before he could yawn, he suddenly felt a wave of not weak spatial fluctuation coming from beside him, which made them all turn their gaze. 100 miles away from this broken continent, an extremely unstable spatial crack suddenly appeared, and a group of people slowly walked out from it. When they saw this spatial crack, they couldn't help but be startled, and their faces revealed a trace of surprise. When they saw the group of more than 40 people, Yun Nuashing and the others' expressions immediately became a little strange. Coincidentally, at this time, the few people who were leading the group also felt some other auras and turned their eyes over. Their eyes immediately showed a hint of mockery. They walked towards the group of people who were leading the group and said, it seems like you guys didn't listen to what I said before. And you guys are so unlucky to have encountered us, even after coming here. I'm afraid this void can't hold you guys. The person in blue shook his hand and a long spear appeared in his hand. He raised the spear and slapped it on his other hand. The aura on his body began to surge. The rest of the people staggered and surrounded the fragment of the continent. Their cold eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Yun Nuashing stood up lazily and slowly covered Frost with a layer of dark red energy barrier. Then he also covered Siyu, Qingyu, and the other two girls who were sitting there in a state of enlightenment. Min thought for a moment and opened the void barrier. He then pointed his finger at himself. You still want to resist? Do you think you can still walk out of here? If you just sit there and let us kill you, we can still let you die a quick death. One of them sneered. Yun Nuashing looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the person in blue. He said softly, "Where's Dragon Bone?" "You think you're worthy of mentioning His Excellency Dragon Bone's name?" One of them sneered. The person in blue held his spear and gestured a few times at Yun Nuashing. He said indifferently, "What's the harm in telling you a dying person? Dragon Bone has gone to compete for the last slot in the war ruins. But that has nothing to do with you. You can go now." "Oh." Yun Nuashing nodded and waved his hand to cover the blue-clothed man with a layer of dark red barrier, causing everyone to be startled. Then he raised a purplish-black great sword and fiercely stabbed it into the ground. A ring of dark red energy suddenly shattered with him as the center, and a storm erupted from his body in an instant, sweeping across the entire starry sky. An extremely sharp energy shriek reverberated in everyone's ears. The starry sky of this shattered space instantly dimmed, and the power of law in the entire starry sky was boiling and rioting because of this energy storm. The 40 people, except for the blue-robed man, were instantly reduced to ashes the moment they collided with this space. The blossoming energy rain disappeared before even a flower bloomed. Wow, this move again! Ning Fei was already very calm. The last time he was covered in the energy barrier, he was sent flying millions of miles away. This time he pressed Go Zhongming on the ground and pressed the two of them on the ground in advance. He endured it without any ripples, but his hair was a little messy. The storm only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it ended. Go Zhongming pulled his face, which was covered in patches of gray, up from the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him that could not be any cleaner, he could not help but sigh. The dust is all gone. Yun Nuashing's figure flashed and came to the side of the man in blue. She removed his energy barrier and grabbed his collar while he was still dizzy. "Look at you. Are you having fun now? You have no enmity with each other, yet you ended up like this. In this void of order, what are you pursuing?" Yun Nuashing slapped him. Seeing that he was seeing stars, she grabbed him and swung him a few times. "You're dizzy? You're dizzy just like that? Don't be in such a hurry to faint. Let me tell you the reason. Let me think. I'll start from when the Deyuan realm was created." Halfway through his nagging, the blue-clothed man suddenly woke up. He didn't know if it was because of the nagging or because of the tearing pain that came from all over his body. He stared at Yun Nuashing, who was talking nonstop. "You're looking for death." "I'm Dong." Yun Nuashing punched him on the head. The man in blue immediately saw stars again and almost fainted. Then he coughed dryly. "Cough, cough, let's continue. The world of order is very fair, everyone. Therefore, we have to fight for it, fight for it." Exploring the void, the meaning of order, the meaning of our lives. We can't fight casually. Internal friction, meaningless loss will only cause chaos in the camp. The man in blue was awakened once again by the nagging. He roared at Yun Nuashing. "You lunatic! Just kill me." "Shut up. Listen." Yun Nuashing slapped him so hard that his face was flattened. "It's very impolite to interrupt others. If you don't listen to me properly, I can only strangle you to death and quietly release your soul from purgatory." Jing Yuanji and the others who were watching from behind were dumbfounded. Even if he was not beaten to death, he would be nagged to death, right? Speaking of which, when did this guy learn to pollute the mind? "If you don't listen to me, I'll beat you to death. If you don't listen to me, you can only be a dead person who will be nagged by future generations." Chapter 1534. Therefore, at the beginning of the world, there was chaos first, and then there was order. The battle between the two began Those of order and those of chaos have no distinction between good and evil. Everything comes from the heart. Order is just a measure of the world. If you cut off your evil thoughts, turn over a new leaf, lay down the butcher's knife, and stretch out your neck to be slaughtered, there is still a possibility of entering the reincarnation palace. If Yun Nuashing was still mumbling to himself, he had been mumbling for dozens of minutes. When Si Yu Feng and Blue Phoenix woke up, they saw him pacing back and forth. He was holding the half-dead, blue-robed man in his hand. Every time the latter wanted to counterattack, he would be slapped so hard that he couldn't find the void. A bunch of golden stars appeared in his eyes. They were affected by the power of his own rules, and they became real. After another 10 minutes, Si Yu Feng covered her head with a dizzy face. She staggered and fell into Jing Yuanji's arms. So scary. The little star is so scary. The class is so scary. Si Yu Feng, who couldn't break through half an hour of listening to Yun Nuashing's lecture, almost fainted. Feng Qing Huang quickly walked over and held Yun Nuashing. Little star, it's okay. That person has been unconscious for half an hour. So, what did you say? Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. It took her a while to figure out what she had just heard. Then she looked down at the guy in her hand and said, Okay then. Sai, what a weak guy. If the great principles of the void that I explained were spread out, I don't know how many people would fight to the death. I can't believe that he fainted. What a waste of my effort. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're not explaining anything when you're lecturing. You're lecturing until the person dies. The poor kid is already foaming at the mouth. After slapping the man in blue until he couldn't be more unconscious, Yun Nuashing casually opened a crack in this solid space and threw him into the void. Then he waved his hand and grabbed the void in his hand and hung it on the side. It seemed that he had locked him in a cage. He didn't plan to execute him for a while, but he wouldn't let him have a good time either. Yun Nuashing clapped her hands and turned around. She saw that everyone was still in a daze. She looked at Si Yu Feng, who was about to faint from the lecture. Then she looked at Qing Yu and Dao Heaven. She said, Oh, you guys are done too. Jing Yuanji comforted Si Yu Feng and couldn't help but smile bitterly. They didn't want this to end. They had been awakened by an unprecedented spiritual pollution. In the distance, the starry sky trembled. Thousands of law fluctuations flashed in the star field. Some people entered a state of enlightenment in the distance, while others were still shouting and fighting. The people being chased and the people being chased kept expanding the battlefield, reaching deep into the starry sky. The flames of war that should have spread toward Yun Nuashing and the others didn't dare to go there because of the void, boundless chaos attack just now. After guiding Si Yu Feng and the others to walk up a small step in their comprehension of the laws, Yun Nuashing led them away from this broken plane and headed to other parts of the starry sky. They went around in circles and watched as the people who came to this part of the starry sky snatched the things that they didn't want. The expressions of the group became a little strange. There's probably nothing worth paying attention to in this part of the starry sky. Yun Nuashing pulled her collar and let out a long sigh. She looked at Ge Zhongming and Dao Heaven. How do we go to another space? Gu Zhongming heard that they finally planned to go deeper into the war ruins and became a little more energetic. The war ruins are actually an overlapping space. It's just that these spaces are relatively static. The barrier between the two spaces is also quite thick. Ordinary methods can't go through it. If you want to go to another space, you can only find some small loopholes in this space. By expanding the loopholes slightly, you can go to another space through the loopholes. Yun Nuashing noticed a detail. Then what's the unusual method? Just break through the spatial barrier and find the aura of another space. Then you can go through it. Ge Zhongming spread out his hands. But as far as I know, not many people can do it. And this time, just the outer space of the war site is already so large. Who knows where we are now? The space barrier is even harder to break. Yun Nuashing made a soft "oh" sound. She slowly pulled out the netherworld ruined sword and pointed it at the space in front of her. Gu Zhongming and Dao Heaven were stunned for a moment. She casually slashed open a wide crack in space. The edges of the crack surged with violent blue spatial power. This was a very unstable spatial crack. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be strange to enter it and go anywhere. But here, it could only be teleported between these spaces. "Let's go." Yin Nuashing waved her head and called out to everyone. She took the lead and walked into the crack. Everyone followed, closely behind. When they passed through the crack, they didn't feel like they were teleported. They only felt that the spatial power density at that moment had reached a peak. It had reached a height that they couldn't even touch. After passing through, it suddenly fell back to the normal density range. They looked up and casually looked around. This time, they didn't appear in a starry sky. Instead, it was a flat world in a chaotic space. The surrounding space was a turbid, blue-purple color that seemed to be a mixture of the void and spatial barriers. This was the sky of this flat world. This place was still formed by the broken power of rules. It was just that the type and strength had changed. Moreover, they should be the first batch of people to arrive here. "Little star, look over there." Siyu pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and pointed forward. Everyone looked over and saw a huge rock nesting on a cliff. It lowered its head and combed its wings. The wings that it stretched out casually were tens of thousands of feet long. Everyone was stunned. It was a living thing, but it didn't have any life aura at all. Furthermore, it's a structure formed by the power of rules. Don't be surprised. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and gestured for everyone to not be nervous. Then she looked up at the chaotic space that was flowing in the sea, along with the spatial barriers. Her eyes flickered. This space is a small world that was hastily created. It was probably created by a group of people. It was abandoned after the battle here. It wasn't destroyed, and it wasn't destroyed by the void either. It's strange. The void in this area seems to be particularly lazy. There clearly isn't any special energy or rules in this war site. It has been destroyed for at least 4 or 5 eras. It's still in the territory of the chaotic void, yet it's still intact here. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in confusion and muttered to himself. Could it be that because the rules themselves have been destroyed, the void is unable to recognize the situation here? She shook her head and didn't answer the question. Jing Yuanji and the others looked at each other and couldn't give an answer. The group strolled around the planar world in the chaotic space. Since they saw a huge rock, there might be other rule creations here. An abandoned space with only the power of rules and the fragments of rules had evolved into a lifelike planar world and some rule creations. It was quite interesting. Min seemed to have found something. He greeted Yin Nuashing and flew towards a place in the planar world. Ge Zhongming and the other 2 squeaked and left for a while. After entering this space, they also seemed to be ready to make a move. Yun Nuashing looked down at this planar world from above. It was quite large. It was not a floating island, but a flat land that stretched into the distance. There were many law runes and other things engraved on the back of it. They were all the results of the self-evolution of the residual law power here. They tried their best to restore the original appearance of this planar world that once existed. Speaking of which, it was quite extravagant to create a planar world in a chaotic space that was hastily created for a battle. In addition to the aura of destruction and ruin left behind by the war, there's also something, not a good feeling here. Jing Yuanji whispered. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. The rancid smell left behind when order and chaos slapped each other, right? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Jing Yuanji frowned, nodded, and then shook her head. She had felt the aura of the collision between order and chaos many times. She could feel it every day at the void frontline, and part of the aura of the collision of order and chaos was left behind by them. It seems a little different. This place makes me feel more oppressed and uncomfortable. That's right. It's the aura left behind by the collision between the power of order and chaos. It's just another kind. Yun Nuashing kept walking forward as she said. But what you felt at the void frontline was the aura of destruction exposed when order prevailed. But here it's a little strange change when another power prevailed. In short, which side is stronger? Don't worry about anything. This aura is just something created by the broken laws here. In truth, no matter what aura was left behind from the battle back then, it has already completely dissipated. What exists here is just an image, a shadow. Jing Yuanji did not suspect anything. Mei Mao looked at the space and let her soul spread out to look for something that could connect with her. But she did not seem to be as lucky as Min and Guzhongming. So far, other than Lord Feng, she was the only one who could not find anything. Yun Nuashing led the group of girls and continued to walk forward. Along the way, they saw many pseudo-life created by the rules. However, these creatures of rules were very strange. After all, they were just things that were rigidly copied by the power of rules and the fragments of rules. They only had a very weak, instinctive reaction to external stimuli. Yun Nuashing and the others walked to the front of a Jiao dragon. Yun Nuashing touched the Jiao dragon, but did not attract its attention. However, when Yun Nuashing directly took the Jiao dragon's power of rules, she encountered a little resistance. That was enough to show the extent of its reaction. It was peaceful along the way. They went around a dense forest and came to a more open place. Yun Nuashing touched the power of rules of dozens of creatures of rules and handed it to Feng Qinghuang. However, Feng Qinghuang did not seem to feel anything about the power of rules. It was not as straightforward as the power of rules that contain the power of origin. Although her original form was a phoenix, she did not seem to be interested in the power of rules of beasts. Qing said that at that time, Feng Qinghuang was influenced by him and became closer to her human form. Therefore, most of the time, she was mainly in her human form. Perhaps even the structure of the rules had changed a little. At that time, there was no way to prove this idea. Now, it seemed that there was no need to prove it. After walking for a while in the open field, a huge black mountain appeared in front of them. Yun Nuashing and the others quickened their pace and came to the bottom of the black mountain. They looked up at the black mountain that stretched into the chaotic space. At the top of the black mountain, there was a thick cloud of energy that condensed into a thick fog. There was a black creature of rules that looked like a giant dragon or a giant snake coiled on the mountain. Its color was almost integrated with the mountain. If it were not for the reflection of light from its scales, they would not have recognized it. It nested on the top of the mountain and breathed out clouds of energy. At the foot of the black mountain, there was a group of trembling beasts. The giant snake on the mountain seemed to be the ruler of the Black Mountain and the mountain range, causing the beasts to be afraid. Yun Nuashing's hand moved slightly, but she was slightly stunned. That's strange. I can't feel its rules. I can't feel it either. Jing Yuanji nodded. Feng Qinghuang blinked her pink eyes and stared at the giant snake for a while. Then she whispered, "Little star, it's alive. It's a life that really lives here." Yun Nuashing's reaction was slow for 3 seconds. After a moment, she looked at the snake again and could not help but slap her forehead. Who said that this space could only have creatures of rules? It was because of the preconceived idea in her mind that she really thought that everything in this space of war ruins was just creatures of rules. Who knew that the snake was actually alive? To be specific, it should be in a half-dead state. Jing Yuanji replied, "There is indeed a breath of life in it, but it is very weak. The flame of life is like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. It is very powerful, but it seems that it has been severely injured and cannot recover. Lord Feng, the rules and breath of it are of the pure chaos level. It is a non-order life." "Oh, then there's no need to say anything. Let's go and take a look first." Yun Nuashing nodded. Pure white light flowed in her eyes. A layer of barrier shrouded them, especially frost. Then she strode forward. Buzz! As soon as Yun Nuashing and the others stepped into the boundary of the Black Mountain Range, the giant snake suddenly opened its pair of green eyes. The pair of eyes that were a combination of a demonic rhombus and an inverted triangle stared straight at Yun Nuashing. A green light that only Yun Nuashing could see suddenly drilled into his eyes. His body stiffened. He closed his eyes and shook his head hard, but he did not feel anything unusual. He could not help but be stunned. What the hell? He muttered in his heart. He rubbed his eyes and opened them. Suddenly he froze for a moment. He found himself standing in a very familiar place, in the realm of the gods, in the sky above a certain cloud. He stood at the edge of the cloud and looked down at the earth below. He was in a daze. Without any doubt, he knew that he had fallen into some kind of illusion. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He would also fall into an illusion, but he was probably the one who found it the hardest to fall into an illusion. At the same time, he was also the one who was most easily affected by an illusion. If it was an illusion that reflected the most painful thing in one's heart, the most fearful thing in one's heart, or the most beautiful thing in one's heart, then it would be completely useless to him. For the first two things, he would probably go berserk on the spot and let the guy controlling the scene die on the spot. For the latter, it would be even more ridiculous. The most beautiful thing in one's heart was just the cruelest and most painful scars to him. He knew all this, so this illusion had no effect on him. Even if this illusion had used all its strength to give him all kinds of suggestions, psychological suggestions, soul suggestions, spiritual suggestions, and probably all the means in an illusion to make people believe that it was real, it still did not feel anything. Why go through so much trouble? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart, "All right, since you're working so hard, and since you want me to fall into an illusion so much, I'll cooperate." The actor was already on stage, so he should at least cooperate, right? I fell into a trap. Yun Nuashing let out an and then froze for a moment with a blank and confused face. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, then looked at the sky and murmured innocently, "Hui? How many years has it been? Hey, you're finally awake. You're so lazy." A slightly annoying, sunny voice sounded behind him. Yun Nuashing turned his head and saw a white-robed young man descend from the sky with a bright and sunny smile on his face. He ran over to him and put his arm around his shoulder. "Fong, you've been asleep for tens of thousands of years." Yun Nuashing's expression stiffened and he scratched his head. "It's common, don't worry about it. Why did you run over to find me?" "Of course, it's a big deal." Hui nodded, and the bright sunny smile on his face gradually faded. He suddenly attached himself to Yun Nuashing's ear and whispered, "Fong, I found an ancient secret." "Secret?" Yun Nuashing tilted his head and murmured, "Yes, this matter is very credible. I plan to go with you and have a look. After all, you're the one who handles the sophisticated things like opening the door, and I'm responsible for passing on the information." "Oh." Yun Nuashing looked at those familiar eyes and nodded. "Call Qing Jun and the others, just in case." Hui suddenly froze, and his cheeks twitched. "Oh, yes, I have to call Qing Jun. But it doesn't matter. I'll tell you first. You go first, Go ahead." Yun Nuashing nodded. Huey's hands danced in front of him, and a void region was formed. A building that looked like a great temple appeared in the empty void, with a huge cluster of stars revolving around it. The void reflected by the image gave off a feeling of desolation and loneliness. He pointed at the temple and said, "This is a very ancient temple. It exists in the void and will not die or disappear. Only the person who finds it is qualified to open that door." "Temple," Yun Nuashing repeated softly. "Behind that door hides the ultimate secret of the void and the secrets of the primordial realm. Everything we know now is just a very small reality." Only, Yun Nuashing continued to repeat, "in a place where we couldn't see, A strange look appeared in his eyes. First, we have to go there and use blood as a sacrifice to open that door. Blood to guide the way, Yun Nuashing said, looking up. Yes, that's what it means. Hui coughed awkwardly. You will obtain the supreme power of the void, and the primordial realm will submit to your might. You are the primordial realm's, master of the primordial realm. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and smoothed things over for him. Yes, that's what it means. You will have everything. You will be eternal and above the great primordial realm. The past, the present, and the future. All of this will be under your control. The time and fate of the gods will no longer be bound by you. Oh, I'm not interested. You will. Huey's wild and unrestrained expression suddenly froze, and he widened his eyes. You don't even know how to brag properly. I'm sorry I won't accompany you. But your joke is not bad. You were laughed at. Yun Nuashing's laughter came, making Huey's expression even stiffer. Hui turned his head abruptly and saw a brick the size of a wash basin, dyed with the color of the starry sky, rapidly magnifying in front of his eyes. Bang! Chapter 1535. Bang! In a situation where the actor was completely unprepared, Huey's handsome face was hit by Yun Nuashing's super hard starry sky brick. The impact was very good, and the feeling was very good. The effect should be very perfect, but the sound was not right. If it really hit Huey's head, the sound would be like the sound of Su Ming colliding with another divine weapon. As for why he knew, it was not good to say it out loud, the special starry sky brick of the Pantheon. Within my attack range, the brick will not miss. Even Qing Chi and Chong Kong will take a detour when they see it. You even came close to my face. How careless. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and threw the huge brick in his hand. As the core of the illusory realm was damaged, the illusory pantheon also became a little blurry. Cracks bloomed little by little, and debris fell from the space. This space was about to collapse at any time. If this guy had not come so close, he would not have been able to find the core of the illusory realm so quickly. In the beginning, he did not expect the core to be the Hui that he had created. This guy really put his face up for him to hit. Now, the front of his face was caved in, and there was a big hole in the middle of his face. Only his ears could still be seen. Along the way, they had been fighting and fooling around for so many years. He would not be unable to do it just because the person he created was Hui. Or rather, sometimes he would be a little more ruthless. The guy who had lost his face was also slowly revealing his original appearance as the space collapsed. Only half of his body and a dark face were vaguely exposed. His cold eyes stared straight at Yun Nuashing. You were clearly deep in the illusory realm. How did you break free? Yun Nuashing was speechless. Did this guy really not see it? Or was it because he was too confident in his so-called illusory realm that he thought that anyone would fall for it? Just as he pondered for a while, he saw a huge crack suddenly appear in the space in front of him. He decided not to think too much and said directly, "Firstly, although I will be trapped in an illusion, the effect on me is not very good. Secondly, the reason you came up with makes me laugh uncontrollably. You even said that you are above the great Yuan realm, supreme and subservient. I'm dying of laughter." The gloomy young man's face turned green. Taking advantage of his mental breakdown, Yun Nuashing raised her third finger. "Lastly, and also the most important reason, although I entered your illusion, I was not affected by you at all. I've just been playing along with your performance." The young man's face instantly changed when he thought about how he was flirting with a guy who was watching a good show. Within a few seconds, his face turned from green to red, and then from red to black. He held his breath in his chest and pointed at Yun Nuashing. "You, don't hold it in. If you want to vomit, just spit it out." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and looked at him with a grin. "Move to the side. Don't splash blood on my face." Puff! A 30 feet tall fountain of blood soared into the sky. accompanied by the thunderous sound of the space collapsing. The entire illusion collapsed completely in 2 seconds and vanished. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes abruptly. The illusion had disappeared without a trace. In front of her was still the black mountain range. The giant snake was still coiled around the mountain peak. At this moment, its head was completely lowered. Its mouth was half open and its eyes were closed. It looked like it had fainted. On its huge head, there was a starry sky, brick the size of a face sunken. It was probably 1 or 2 meters deep. There was also a 10 meters wide pit that sunk in at the same time. Seriously, of all things, you used an illusion to deal with me. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Haven't you heard of the saying that dreams are linked with the body? No one can survive within 1,000 meters of my brick. In fact, using an illusion to deal with him had an advantage. An illusion required the person controlling it to be more realistic and powerful. It was much more powerful than those crude illusions that affected the mind. It was just that these things were useless against him. It was equivalent to the person controlling the field using all means to control himself in place. Then he used the brick as a warning. Just as Yun Nuashing was muttering, a white human hand suddenly appeared from the mouth of the giant snake, causing him to be startled for a moment. He quickly focused his attention, only to see a person struggling to crawl out from the mouth of the giant snake. It was the young man who had revealed a part of his appearance in the illusion. The young man stumbled out of the snake's mouth and fell on the mountain peak. His face was pale and he was panting heavily. He seemed to have lost half his life. He was probably forcefully interrupted from the illusion, physically and mentally. He was severely injured and probably couldn't move for a while. Yun Nuashing turned to look at Siyu and the others. When he realized that they would be able to break free in a while, he reached out and clapped his hands in the air. The crisp sound of clapping came from his hands with a strange rhythm and swept past them in an instant. Wake up from your dream. The soft sound pulled Siyu and the others' uncontrollable minds back to their original positions. They opened their eyes at the same time. Illusion? Min asked directly. She looked a little dazed and her emotions were fluctuating. It was as if she had just woken up from a dream and saw something in the past in the illusion. Illusion. It's quite advanced. Yun Nuashing took the initiative to deal with the situation of Siyu and the others. He checked Frost's condition and nodded to Min. It's a pinnacle origin. It's about the same as all of you, so it can affect you. If you don't mind, can you help me get that thing back? I still have to check on the situation of these little girls. When he reappeared, there was a brick the size of a wash basin floating in his hand. If one looked closely, they would find that the 12 lines of the brick were actually as sharp as a weapon. Not only that, the top and bottom sides of the brick were pierced with the tip of 2 giant swords that were 1 foot long. A long sword that was 1.5 feet long, pierced out of each of the 4 sides in the middle. It looked like a spinning top. No, it looked more like a meteor hammer. If this thing was thrown out, even the heavenly god of origin would wonder if he should destroy it, let alone the ghosts and gods within 1,000 miles. Siyu, who had just come back to her senses, looked up and saw this thing in front of them. Then she saw Yun Nuashing pressing her head with one hand and taking the first-rate star hammer from the expressionless master with the other hand. It was something that could open up the void and the greater primordial realm. She immediately stepped back in fear. No. I'm already awake. There's no need to look. Yun Nuashing had just put away the dangerous item when she heard this. When she saw Siyu's pale face, she couldn't help but be stunned. What are you talking about? What are you looking at? So it was just to take it back and not to wake her up physically. Siyu smiled awkwardly and carefully moved closer. She lifted Yun Nuashing's hand and put it where it was just now. No, nothing. I saw something wrong. It seems like an illusion. Oh, your spiritual power has just been eroded by the power of high divinity and divine right. It's normal for you to have illusions. It's not a big deal. After checking for a while, she patted Siyu's head to make sure that she was fine. Then, she took turns to check again. Only when she was done did she heave a sigh of relief. I didn't expect such a half-dead snake to be able to construct an illusion that can control so many people at the same time. Ge Zhongming looked at the unconscious snake with a serious expression. There have never been any living creatures in the war ruins. Could it be someone who came here first? If it's not, then it can only be a soul that died on this battlefield a few eras ago. Ning Fei crossed his arms and teased him. A soul isn't a soul. It's indeed a living non-order life form. However, that snake isn't the main point. Yun Nuoxing looked at the snake with a slightly strange expression. Then, she waved her hand and took the lead to fly towards the black mountain peak. The unlucky controller was probably still trembling there. Near the top of the black mountain peak, a young man with a gloomy face was lying on the ground and trembling. There was a 3-meter-long trail of dust on the ground. It seemed that he was still struggling to crawl a distance away. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not stand up again. He wanted to use some methods to heal his injuries. At least, he could regain some strength or something. However, all these plans disappeared when he heard a gust of wind. He simply lay on the ground and did not struggle. He was thinking about what he should say, what information he should give, or what method he should use to save his little life. Speaking of which, blessings and misfortunes never come alone. Not long ago, he was almost killed by someone in a sun that was full of order energy. Now he had just laid down to heal himself and bumped into another group of people. Could it be that the void wanted to play him to death? Hey, it's not very decent to lie on the ground and welcome guests. The voice came first. He tried hard to turn his head and saw a group of figures landing beside him. Ah, I forgot that you should be unable to move now. The backlash of your spirit and soul must be uncomfortable, right? The young man rolled over. At this moment, his whole body was in pain. The pain came from his soul. Even his forehead was in so much pain that the veins were popping out. This guy had broken his illusion and still asked the obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would have jumped up and beat him up. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he heard a series of clanking sounds. He turned his head in puzzlement and was stunned. Yun Nuoxing and the others were taking out weapons from a large pile of weapons. From the looks of it, there were more than 18 types of weapons. It was as if he had taken out all the weapons from 18 worlds. The 2 beautiful girls were taking out their weapons while gesturing at his body from a distance. They seemed to be thinking about how to make their attacks more comfortable. In return, he would probably have to suffer more pain or a lot of pain, or he would die a horrible death. And when he saw Yun Nuoxing holding a murderous weapon that looked like a brick, a spinning top, and a meteor hammer that had just been put on a stick, he had a bad feeling. This thing could inflict about 18 segments of damage with one hit. It could probably cut him into dozens of pieces at one time. The girl with light blue hair next to her was also holding a lava sword. She was probably going to cut him up and roast him. The young man was silent. His head and feet were sweating. Before he could figure out how to die, the group of people had finally chosen their execution tools. They came over with a sinister smile. His mouth trembled as he opened it. If he didn't speak now, he would never be able to speak again. Do you treat your captives well? I probably know something that you don't know. You see, Yun Nuoxing stomped the murderous weapon that looked like a meteor hammer on the ground with a clang. The whole mountain trembled violently. The young man was jolted again. He really felt that he was going to fall apart. Yun Nuoxing raised her hand. Come, I'll give you 30 seconds to say your last words. If you say them well, then they'll be your last words. If you don't, then they'll really be your last words. The young man's cheeks twitched. He originally wanted to hold back, but it seemed that if he held anything back, he would really have to shut his mouth forever. Immediately, he had no choice but to put away his little schemes. With a bitter face, he said, "This war site, I can take you to the deepest part of the space. TCH, isn't it just crossing space? You think it's difficult, but I don't think it's difficult at all. Why don't you think about why we found you first? This doesn't count. You have 21 seconds. Yun Nuashing waved her hand nonchalantly. Huh. The young man who thought that this was the biggest secret jumped up immediately. However, the pain in his soul made him suck in a breath of cold air and fall straight back down. No, but ouch. 15 seconds. Min stroked the light sword with her slender hand. She flicked her finger on the light sword. The energy in the void slowly wriggled. The young man's face was covered in sweat. His eyes widened as he looked at Yun Nuashing and the others who were sharpening their swords with a sinister smile. His heart almost stopped beating. He gritted his teeth unwillingly and planned to resist again. I'm referring to the deepest part of this space, not the deepest part of this opening. I'm the person who stayed here the last time the war site opened. Wait a minute. Gu Zhongming hurriedly waved his hand to stop Yun Nuashing and the others from counting down. He looked at him suspiciously. You stayed here the last time? Ning Fei shook his head vigorously. Impossible. The war site opened because a huge crack of order and laws appeared in the space. A crack opened in the shallow void. The order and laws in the war site connected with the laws of the void outside through the crack, reducing the pressure in the space inside. That's why the power of order and laws that had been accumulating inside the war site didn't riot. When the crack closes again, this space will be sealed again, cutting off most of the connections with the laws of the outside world. The violent power will fill this space again. Even peak reciprocity cultivators can't withstand that kind of power. Yun Nuashing showed a slightly interested expression. She waved her hand and didn't stop them from talking. The young man sneered. Even though he was in so much pain that he felt uncomfortable, he still laughed. You were probably thrown out by the torrent of laws when the crack closed, and you were injured all over. Ge Zhongming and Jing Yuanji scratched their heads awkwardly. They were indeed thrown out the first time they came. They didn't pay attention to the time and were thrown out immediately. They even had to lie in bed for a year afterwards. Ning Fei coughed softly. Ahem, that's not important. As far as we know, many people wanted to stay here after the crack closed. But how could there be people who stayed? If there really was. Tisk, you're obviously someone who grew up too quickly and didn't have enough experience. The young man rolled his eyes fiercely. These things are like those secrets. If there really was such a great thing, would they let you spread it? Would they let others know? This isn't a secret that only belongs to our own world. It's a secret that's at the level of playing house. Haha, this war site is the center of this void. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji nodded in agreement. It was like some of the major events that happened in the realm of the gods. There were some things that even they couldn't find the source of, and they couldn't figure out the reason why. Ge Zhongming and Ning Fei were even more embarrassed. They were indeed relatively young. Compared to those who were also at the 8th heavenly layer of reciprocity, they should be 3 or 4 generations ahead of them. However, at their level, it didn't matter how many generations or how old they were. After all, even a difference of 3 or 4 generations was only a difference of a finger's length in the lifespan of an Empyrean god of origin. Yun Nuashing took a step forward and raised her chin at the young man. Continue. You've bought us some time. The young man grinned and let out a sigh of relief. He really thought that they knew this kind of information. He thought that they were also people who stayed here last time. After the war site closes again, the torrent of laws will cover all space. When that time comes, the spatial barrier will be much more blurred and can be easily crossed. The young man took a deep breath and continued. Also, the torrent of laws and order is indeed very powerful. Peak reciprocity cultivators can barely resist the torrent, but for those below that, Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and confirmed with the little angel that there was nothing wrong with what the young man said. Only then did she nod. This guy was probably still holding back. However, that was normal. After living so long, he was already a wily old fox. How could he not hold back a little? You know the path that leads to the depths? I barely know the direction. It's the general direction. The young man nodded. From the looks of it, his life had probably been saved. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. Originally, he had no interest in this war site. He only wanted to bring his girl here to comprehend the power of the rules here and see if it could help them take fewer detours. However, when he entered the door, he felt the faint movement of the god's destruction storm and heard the soft whispers. His interest in these ruins suddenly rose from the bottom of the valley to the clouds. This guy who had appeared out of nowhere last time should be able to save him a lot of time. All right, you've succeeded in prolonging your life. Yun Nuashing put away a large pile of weapons as she spoke. He seemed to hear Min and Jing Yuanji smacking their lips softly. It seemed like they were a little disappointed that they couldn't kill him. I know you're definitely still thinking of ways to escape. You'll first stabilize us, then lead the way. When the time comes, you can choose to set us up once. Whether we live or die will depend on our strength, right? Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and nodded as she spoke. The young man sweated profusely when he heard that. Actually, he really did have such thoughts. Although I won't fall into such a situation, I would do the same if I were in your shoes. It's nothing. However, since I've already made things clear, do you understand what I mean? Yun Nuashing looked at him with a faint smile. She blinked her eyes and said, "Lead the way honestly and do what you're supposed to do. We'll forget about your sudden attack on us. You'll only lose a short period of time. As for what you gain, it'll depend on your luck. However, if you want to cause trouble," Yun Nuashing's face suddenly became gloomy. Her voice was extremely cold, as if it came from the void. "I hate trouble very much. If you dare to do it, I dare to accept it. However, no one in this void can save you, even if it costs everything and the endless reincarnation." The young man shrank his neck. The moment he heard this sentence, he could clearly feel the breath of reincarnation. It was as if once he had those thoughts, he would really enter reincarnation in an instant. All right, he really did have those thoughts. However, at most, he wanted to trap them for a period of time and then escape. He did not want to submit to others. However, at this moment, for the sake of his life, he could only silently let go of all the bad thoughts. He repeatedly assured that he had really given up all the thoughts. Only then did Yun Nuashing heal him. "Let me recover first. I'll take you to other places later." The young man grinned and sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, he looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "By the way, can you help me put down that snake? That's my partner." Yun Nuashing stared at him and said, "All right. Although I expected it, you really dare to keep a non-order life form by your side?" The young man laughed dryly and said, It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later." Chapter 1536. Under the dark and lonely starry sky, Yun Nuashing and the others walked together. They left the chaotic space that was only a flat world and followed the guidance of the young man who had just joined the team not long ago to this space. Not long ago, he looked like he was half dead. Now he was full of energy. After being casually treated by Yun Nuashing, he also solved some of his internal injuries. He was not so resistant when he led the way. This space is the strangest among the 100 or so spaces I have been to. I suspect that this should be an intersection that can lead to 2 or 3 other spaces. I didn't expect this space to be exposed when the ruins were opened. The young man who called himself Yu Chi pointed to some corners of the space and said to Yun Nuashing and the others. His gloomy face made it seem like he had a deep grudge against the entire void. In fact, it was just an accident that he looked like that, and he did not spend much effort to change it. He was just like the master of the celestial court with facial paralysis for thousands of years. Min turned to look at Yun Nuashing and the others. He had a feeling that something was not right, but he could not quite put his finger on it. Yu Chi stood in the starry sky for a moment, and waited for the situation to be clear before saying, "Look carefully. It leads to 3 spaces. I have been to one of them. It is easier to get to that place. If we just use the normal spatial teleportation method, it seems that it will only lead to that place. We need to think about the other 2 spaces." No rush. Yun Nuashing, who had been paying attention to the dark starry sky, only spoke when he heard that. He looked at Yuchi and said, "I am a little concerned about this space." There had been an aura of a forbidden zone permeating this place. It was the aura of a space created by the distorted rules. The rules of the void here were a little strange. The rules of the war ruins were strange enough, but the ones here were even more abnormal. Disorder, chaos, specious, and many things that should not have been together were strangely pinched together, and those broken rules were a rope in the strange mixture. What a strange aura. Jing Yuanji looked at the space. It reminds me of those strange, forbidden zones of rules in the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing nodded. If even she said so, it meant that his feeling was not wrong. It was just that the forbidden zone was really big. It was the size of an entire starry sky. The rules of the entire starry sky were abnormal. "Come with me." Yu Qi looked at them and couldn't help but grin. He waved his hand and signaled for everyone to follow. There's only one source of abnormality in this space. That is the source of the chaos. It is also because of that place that this space has become like this. He had originally turned his head away, but he suddenly turned back and glanced at Siyu and the others. Finally, he turned his gaze to Yun Nuashing. "Oh, right, that place is a little mysterious. It will make people feel uncomfortable. If their psychological endurance is slightly weaker, I suggest you hide them well first." Yun Nuashing turned to look at Siyu and the others. "What do you think?" "It shouldn't be a problem." Siyu smiled sweetly. Then her pretty face trembled. "Probably." However, when they really went to that place, Siyu still couldn't help but turn green with disgust. Feng Qing Huang couldn't help but cover her eyes. The thing in front of her was too shocking. It was a heart that was about 40,000 miles tall. It was blood red with a hint of rotten black. The veins, and the tubes on the top were all clearly seen. It was violently pulled out from some life form. There were still many connective threads that were not cut off. They were swaying in the starry sky. The heart, that was the size of a planet, was still beating. With every beat, rotten black blood flowed along the outline of the heart and gathered at the bottom of the heart. It turned into a thick black liquid and finally dripped into the starry sky. The black blood melted in the starry sky and released an aura that made the starry sky even more disgusting. Qing Yu was the calmest among them. Yun Nuashing and Min Yu were a little disgusted. Yu Qi, who had seen it more than once, was not immune to the shock when this thing suddenly appeared in front of them. She still had the time to look at the details of the heart. She said faintly, "It's so big." Everyone. Ugh. When looked at from afar, it was a blood-red star with faint black spots of light, like a sunspot. However, Yun Nua Planet and the others did not expect that this thing would turn out to be such a big heart when they got closer. They really did not expect it. "This thing is quite disgusting." Yu Qi made a retching gesture. He resisted the urge to vomit and pointed at the heart. "Cough, cough. But look at the main point. There is something on that heart." "I noticed." Yun Nuashing nodded. When he came here, he noticed that there was a group of living things on the surface of the heart. A group of abnormal life forms born from abnormal laws. They lived abnormally on this abnormal star, and all of them looked very abnormal. To paraphrase the words of the nightmare was, "Forget it." Anyway, that was what it meant. The living things on the heart were the creation of laws unique to this dimension. It was just that they were much uglier than the ones Yin Nuashing and the others saw in the previous 2 dimensions. The mythological beasts, rocks, and other things were very normal living things. Their shape and aura were similar to their living bodies. It even made Yun Nuashing think that they might have appeared in this dimension before. For example, they were one of the protagonists of this war site. They died here, and their laws were branded by this abnormal dimension. Now they were being molded by countless law fragments, but they were not as vivid as they were on that day. After all, they were just a creation of laws. But the creation of laws that lived on the heart were some strange, nightmare products. Just looking at them made one want to vomit. At first glance, they did not look like creatures that lived in the world of order. They might not even have a place in non-order worlds. After looking down for a long time, the guy on the heart actually noticed Yun Nuashing and the others floating in the starry sky. Several of the creations of laws raised their heads and looked at them. There were monsters with one eye, a bunch of eyes, and hundreds of eyes. All of their gazes were focused on that one spot, and it seemed like some kind of energy was inadvertently gathered there as well. Be careful! Yu Qi quickly moved forward. His powerful soul burst out and formed a barrier to block the negative effects of the gaze. Everyone could see clearly that the transparent barrier was dented as if it had been attacked. Yu Qi reacted quickly because of his experience, but the weaker Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were still affected. They felt dizzy and quickly closed their eyes to hold on to Yun Nuashing. Only then did they not lose control of themselves. They are all creation of laws that are created by the laws of mind and soul. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and released her own power to protect Yu Qi. When Jing Yuanji and Min reacted to strengthen the defense, Yun Nuashing made a decision. She handed Frost to Jing Yuanji and walked out of the protective range. I'll go down and take a look. You guys wait here. Hey, stop fooling around. Yu Qi quickly pulled his arm and shook his head. The closer we get to that place, the stronger the gaze and distortion will be. Even I can't withstand it. Don't worry. It's not a threat to me. Yun Nuashing laughed. Without waiting for them to react, he fell towards the planet below. When he got closer, he discovered that the planet was covered in mountains and forests. The grayish-white mountains were bare, and there were a few curved peaks that pointed towards the starry sky. It was very neat. The forests were either black or blood red. There was an uncomfortable aura coming from the ground and forests. Those strange creations of laws watched Yun Nuashing fall. When his feet touched the soft ground, all the creations of laws on the entire planet reacted. They turned their bodies and crawled in the direction of Yun Nuashing. When he landed on the soft ground, Yun Nuashing felt an oppressive atmosphere. All he could see was a blood-red light. It was as if he was standing above a pool of blood. It was also as if the whole planet was covered in a faint, blood-red mist, making it difficult for him to identify a second color. The soft ground under his feet was constantly vibrating. This force alone was enough to send some weak guys flying. The place where he landed was at the intersection of a mountain range and a forest. Looking down from a high altitude, the grayish-white mountain range reflected a blood-red light. The black and blood-red forest blended in with the scenery. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly. The so-called grayish-white mountain range was actually some huge bones, such as ribs and spines. They stretched high into the starry sky, and their bodies should also be very large creatures. As for the so-called forest, it seemed to be the hair and blood vessels of some creatures. It was said to be a nomological creation. Yun Nuashing always felt that those things were real. This heart is something real. In that case, we can't rule out the possibility that those mountains and trees are real. Yun Nuashing murmured. In that case, could this be a tomb left behind after the war? It was a huge heart. There seemed to be many equally powerful creatures buried in the heart. It was just like a corpse. The mountains of corpses and the sea of blood piled up to form a heart-like tomb, recording the tragic war that had taken place here. Just as Yun Nuashing took 2 steps forward, he sensed a dark cloud looming over him. Turning around, he saw a huge fat worm, which was tens of thousands of meters thick and long, raising its mouth high, opening its mouth, which had thousands of teeth, and pressing down towards Yun Nuashing. "Don't come near me with your bad breath." Yun Nuashing glanced at it and casually snapped his fingers. The big fat worm exploded and disappeared with a boom. The moment its huge body disintegrated, it was as if it had been blown apart by a storm of millions. All that was left was a ball of abnormally dense, blood-red power of laws. Waving his hand, Yin Nuashing picked up the ball of power of laws. He glanced at it and couldn't help but fall silent. The power of laws and law fragments contained in this thing were many times denser than the ones he had encountered in the previous 2 spaces. It was probably directly at the level of a high-grade origin. However, it was too chaotic. Tens of thousands of laws had twisted into this ball of yarn. It probably couldn't be unraveled. If someone wanted to die, they could probably use it to achieve the effect of instantly dying on the spot. Otherwise, it was best not to touch it. Yu Qi was dumbfounded. Even peak reciprocity cultivators would have to think twice before attacking the creations of laws up there. They're nightmares born from the law fragments of millions of souls. How could they be killed so easily? Jing Yuanji glanced at him and thought for a moment. Suddenly she said, "It's nothing. If Lord Feng wasn't interested in that thing, he could have even destroyed the heart." Yu Qi. While he was slightly shocked, he also felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he had already given up on his little schemes. His soul spread out on this special planet, resisting the force that was bouncing outwards on the soft ground and moving forward without being affected. He also wiped out the nearby ugly people and collected their abnormal power of laws. Yun Nuashing pulled his collar. The longer he stayed here, the more he saw. Countless corpses that had not dissipated were twisted, broken, squeezed together and piled up together. Flesh, blood, bone fragments, and other irregular things made up this planet. Its body was the corpses of countless lives. The mountain range may have been formed by the contributions of dozens of lives. The material of the forest may have been taken from tens of thousands of lives. The grayish-white plain those were the corpses of countless lives that had died in this place back then, under the control of the abnormal and twisted law fragments in this area. They were gathered together and finally formed a huge pile of corpses that was no smaller than a planet and had the shape of a heart. God knew if that was the case. Anyway, it did appear in front of him like this. As for why it actually became like this, it could be a coincidence or it could be man-made, or there were other possibilities. But those were not important. What was important was that he was really stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This pile of corpses was also mixed with a lot of the power of laws, which was unevenly distributed in this space. The broken power of laws and some law fragments came together to create those strange law creations. Traces of their activities could still be seen here. It's disgusting. It's like a mass grave fusion. The little angel could not help but roll her eyes when she was hit by the thoughts that were born and sorted out in his mind. Now, she could not help but speak up. "I think it's disgusting too." Yun Nuashing shrugged. "But there is something here. Maybe it's in a corner of this pile of corpses, maybe it's in the pile of corpses, or maybe it's in the body of a law creation." "You mean the energy carrier of the tainted blood?" The little angel, who had a telepathic connection with him, could guess what he was going to say next. "What is that energy? I don't believe it's really blood. It's the power of laws that is tainted with great resentment and death aura." Yun Nuashing looked up and casually got rid of the fellow blocking the way. Looking at the big scorpion with a human face exploding into tens of thousands of pieces, he collected the law fragments and continued. "It's the condensation of the resentment and death aura of all the dead in this space. It's almost equivalent to the entanglement point of the laws of this space. Isn't this a hastily created space?" The little angel was stunned. Yun Nuashing shook his head. This could be a derived space carried by a higher life form or a world, but it was reduced to a battlefield in the end. Most of the spaces in this vast battlefield are like this. There may be some origin worlds here, but more of them are derived by the higher life forms themselves. There are also small realms that were hastily created. They were all used in the battle and should have been destroyed. But for some reason, they were all preserved here as sculptures, and a different kind of battle was repeated in this space. I thought about it when I was in the first two spaces. But in the first space, the concept layer of law was destroyed in a destructive manner and was completely sealed. The second space is a small realm, filled with the aftermath of the energy impact. The concept layer of law in this space is almost permanently frozen, and there is only a little reaction to touch it. When Yu Chi was leading the way, I just happened to feel that the concept layer of law showed signs of unsealing when we got close. But at this distance, there is still no way to touch that place. The concept layer of law. How should I put it? For a world, it was almost equivalent to a person's soul, but the concept of the soul came from a space, a spiritual space, and the soul was just a huge concept in the space. Even if the soul was destroyed, the space itself would still remain. But there was no way to enter that space. The concept layer of law was probably like that, just more complicated. Under the situation where the spiritual space was frozen, if one could find the soul, one might be able to touch the spiritual space. The relationship between the key and the door, and the entanglement point of the laws was a key to the concept layer of law. But from the looks of it, the entanglement point of law has probably been tainted by these negative energies. Even if we find it, there is probably no way to use it. Yun Nuashing could not help but frown as he looked at the black aura emerging from the soft ground. He looked at the black blood that flowed down from the asterisk. Those negative emotions, resentment, hatred, and all sorts of other emotions had materialized and flowed here. Furthermore, they were negative emotions that originated from the higher beings. The point of entanglement of laws existed here. It was likely that it had already been contaminated by these negative energies. As the carrier of the sins of the world, he knew very well how destructive these energies could be when gathered together. You want to know what happened back then? The little angel blinked her golden Maimao. If one wanted to communicate with the concept layer of law in this space, they probably wanted to know about these things, right? Yun Nuashing nodded, walking out of a disgusting, wriggling forest. Yun Nuashing shook his shoes in disgust. Just now, he stepped into a pool of sticky, dirty blood. When he walked, it was sticky and he had several layers of goosebumps. It made him feel very uncomfortable from his feet to his head, and his scalp was numb. Buzz! As soon as he walked out of the forest, Yun Nuashing felt that something was wrong before he could even shake off his shoes. The power of order and law in the space in front of him skyrocketed, and thousands of energy beams shot up from the ground into the sky, turning into thousands of distorted faces with hatred in the air and crashing towards him. They turned into countless chains of order, and there was a clattering sound. It was obviously the power of order, but at this moment there was a burst of non-order aura. Yun Nuashing was just about to resist when his eyes suddenly flashed slightly, and he said in his soul, "I'll leave my soul to you. Help me guard it." "Ah, don't be rash." The little angel instantly understood what he was going to do. She cried out in surprise and hurriedly tried to pull his soul back, but she was still one step too late. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Really? Reckless guy. Forget it, forget it. Who told me to be your heartlock?" In his soul, the golden light filled this seemingly real world. At the same time, Yun Nuashing's body turned pure white. He suddenly opened his arms, and under the horrified gazes of Yu Chi and the others, he was hit by the thousands of negative energy attacks at the same time. Then he gently fell back on the ground. They saw those human faces and chains of order crash into his body, and they were all shocked. He. Yu Chi pointed downwards, trembling and unable to speak. Min and Qing, you were also shocked. They turned their heads to look at Jing Yuanji and the others, and found that they were unusually calm, as if they were used to this. Their conversation was so calm that it was as if they were talking about a new shop on the street next door. Jing Yuanji said, Master Feng is here again. Oh, I'm used to it. After all, he's Little Star. Siyu nodded. That kind of method would scare other people to death. Only he can withstand it. Little Star is neither crazy nor demonic. He just likes to act recklessly. Feng Qinghuang yawned. How long do you think it will take for him to wake up? This place makes me sick. About 10 minutes? With Master Feng's speed, maybe 3 minutes will be enough. Jing Yuanji said confidently, Everyone. Do your teammates, do they often act like this? Logically speaking, if their teammates were like this, they would have been sent flying with a kick. If they couldn't kill him, they would scare them to death. Chapter 1537. Yun Nuoxing was caught up in the chaos of the rules. Jing Yuanji and the others waited calmly in space. They were calm because they were used to it. Yu Qi Gezhongming and the others hadn't known Yun Nuoxing for long. They were still in shock from what happened just now. Feng Qinghuang saw that Yu Qi was nervous and felt suspicious. She couldn't help but ask, If something happens to Little Star, wouldn't it be a good ending for you? Why are you so nervous? Just now, everyone was paying attention to other things and didn't pay attention to Yu Qi's situation. Now that the little girl mentioned it, they all turned to look at Yu Qi. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nonsense, if something really happened to him, you'd be the first to kill me. I'm the one who brought you here. Jing Yuanji and the others said, Oh, so that's the logic. Yu Qi said, Wait, didn't you think of that? Jing Yuanji shrugged. There aren't many problems in the void that Master Feng can't solve. I've never worried. I'm used to Master Feng's way of doing things. Siyu and Jing Yuanji nodded. Dao Heaven added, After all, Big Brother only knows how to mess around. The others nodded even faster. Yu Qi, Gezhongming, and Feng Qinghuang were even more speechless. Siyu turned to Mei Mao with a sly look in her eyes. Then what's your truth? What else? Of course, I want to go to that place too. What other answer can there be? Yu Qi spread out his hands exaggeratedly and spoke bluntly. Moreover, he really had no intention of hiding it. He always felt that Yun Nuoxing's deep, dark eyes could see through his thoughts. If he still hid it now, he was afraid that he would be taken to suppress the void. What's in that space? Min looked at him and raised his thin chin. I really don't know about that. You don't have to look at me like that. That space has never been opened. But from the weak connection between these spaces, I can sense the existence of such a space. Yu Qi was stared at by a few pairs of suspicious eyes. He could not help but laugh dryly. He thought for a moment and speculated. Perhaps there is something special. Perhaps there is something hidden in this dimension itself. For example, the reason why this war site was formed and did not dissipate. Perhaps it was the reason why the war started back then. Perhaps there are other reasons. What is the weak connection you mentioned? Min continued asking. Yu Qi stroked his chin and rolled his eyes. His brows were sometimes slightly furrowed and sometimes raised. After a while he said, After thinking about it, I feel that it should be the traces of some kind of energy flow. It's like the ripples caused by throwing a stone into a lake. Those weak feelings are the ripples caused by the stone, but it doesn't seem to be the case entirely. To be more precise, I might have to try my luck and see if I can encounter that feeling when crossing space. Only when crossing space can I vaguely feel that feeling. Can't we just go straight to the void? Siyu asked curiously. Even the void doesn't exist here. Yu Qi waved his hand and shook his head. This dimension itself has already included the void. It is a very special dimension. It is not a world. It is like a world of light without a world barrier. The stars and stars still exist, but there is no way to distinguish it from the void. A starry sky that exists in the void. Is that what you mean? Jing Yuanji asked. Yes, that is what I mean. There is no way to observe this dimension from a higher place. We can only observe it from the place where this almost infinite overlapping dimension exists. Yu Qi nodded. I have stayed in this space, ruins, for tens of thousands of years. I can be considered an old man. I have come and gone from many dimensions, but I still could not get close to that place. It seems like I can't get close to it on my own accord. Or something else. There were others who tried their best, but wait. See, you quickly raised her hand. You said others? Apart from you, are there other people like you who stayed in this space after the war ruins closed? There are many. Yuchi nodded. A smile appeared on his dark face. It was so sinister that it made her shiver. He crossed his arms and said softly, "Other than me, there are at least 300 people who stayed here. They are all peak reciprocity existences. Normally, they are scattered in the war site and do not come into contact with each other. This time, I was ambushed by another person and almost died there." Then he glanced at them awkwardly. Jing Yuanji immediately understood. Then Sir Feng finished him off, although he could have easily killed him without finishing him off. "Ahem, I stayed here last time. There are probably 50 or 60 people from the same time period as me. The others are even more ancient existences, other than those people. Well, from what I know, there are 10 people who are more special." Yuchi paused. He wanted to keep them in suspense. However, Siyu and the others were already used to yin nuashing. This trick was completely useless against them. They immediately grabbed the defensive weapons Little Star gave them. Min and Jing Yuanji rolled up their sleeves. "Ahem, I'll talk. Those 10 people apparently ran in when the ruins were closed. Everyone was stunned. They stared at Yuchi with doubtful eyes. However, this time he only smiled bitterly. It's useless for you to keep an eye on me this time, because I've only heard about it from them. I didn't really see anyone entering the war ruins during the closed period. However, I'm afraid that it's not groundless. Over 300 people in this space don't have the time to spread rumors. If they have the time, they might as well spend their time wandering around in this space. It's better to gain enlightenment than anything else. Therefore, I think that someone must have seen it with his own eyes. He might even have interacted with those 10 people and learned something from them." Jing Yuanji thought of a very important question. Isn't there a layer of energy storm protecting this place? Can people usually cross that layer of energy to run in? I'm even less sure about that. Yuchi scratched his head. I really don't know if they managed to get in or not. But I do know a very important question. When the space of the ruin is sealed, there will be an energy flood inside. Theoretically speaking, the storm guarding the door will be affected by the flood and become even more violent. So, the people who manage to get in during that period of time are either existences at the pinnacle of origin or have taken some strange shortcut. After all, no one has really understood this space of the ruin. So who knows if there is something that we don't know? Jing Yuanji and Mei Mao flashed. Probably they took a shortcut. How can you be so sure? Yuchi looked at her curiously, but Jing Yuanji just shook her head. Yuchi and Ge Zhongming, who were in this vast void, probably did not know. The two topics were not on the same channel, so there was no way to equalize the information. So she did not know where to start. However, she knew very well that since Lord Feng mentioned the 4 words destructive storm of divinity, it could not be wrong. Even if it only contained a part of the destructive storm of divinity's power, when it was slightly calm and revealed a crack, it could withstand the attack of an 8th or 9th level Empyrean god of origin. When it was stronger, even if it was a peak Empyrean god of origin, unless it was a special Empyrean god of origin like Lord Feng, in theory, no one should be able to directly barge in. Yuchi was still very curious, so he pestered Jing Yuanji a few more times. He was a little obsessed with this space, and he felt uncomfortable all over if he did not understand. When Jing Yuanji was a little impatient, she said bluntly, "Have you heard of the 3 words realm of the gods? If you have, I'll tell you in detail." After that, Yuchi shut his mouth. Just like what they thought, Yuchi also didn't know what the so-called realm of the gods was. Then he started to imagine the situation, such as some secret situation that he hadn't come into contact with yet. Seeing Yuqi run to the side to imagine, Jing Yuanji sighed in relief. She could not help but look at Yun Nuoxing, and she could not help but be stunned. Yun Nuoxing had stood up at some point. At this moment, she was holding a ball of energy in her hands, and half of her body was immersed in that ball of gentle light. Lord Feng, are you okay? Jing Yuanji waved her hand and asked directly. Yun Nuoxing, who was holding the ball of light, pulled her face out of the light when she heard the voice. She smiled at Jing Yuanji and waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. So when did he wake up? Ning Fei was stunned. Just now, they were so engrossed in talking that no one paid attention to this question. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. Yun Nuoxing looked at the ball of light in her hand. This was the condensation of all the energy that had just rushed into her body. All the negative emotions had been washed away by her. Now, she was understanding the situation here through the remnant law fragments and the fragments of consciousness of the dead soldiers contained in this ball of light. In the spiritual world, the little angel was so tired that she lay on the bed and let out a few long breaths. It was really tiring to help him stabilize his existence every time. After panting for a while, she had the strength to speak. How's the situation over there? Have you dealt with it? Oh, there's no problem. Yun Nuoxing nodded in response. Looking at the pure ball of light, a strange look appeared on her pretty face. Just now, she had used her own soul and body to purify the resentment and malice of these things. Sure enough, in the face of the sins of the world, these little negative emotions were just little brothers. She could easily suck them out and purify them. Unfortunately, these were just fragments, and it was difficult to obtain the really useful information. In this body of consciousness, there were millions of fragments of consciousness and soul left behind after the death of life. At the same time, many consciousnesses were speaking, making Yun Nuoxing's head buzz. It was as if a swarm of mosquitoes were flying around her ear. Okay, stop arguing, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly shouted, and all the fragments of consciousness shut up. Taking a deep breath, he said, now that your consciousnesses have been completely integrated, you just need to find 3 or 4 spokespersons to speak. After all, your consciousnesses are the same. It doesn't make a difference who speaks. The body of consciousness paused for a few seconds. A moment later, when the voices sounded again, the serious buzzing was much weaker. Only 3 voices were wandering in his head, showing him their fragments of consciousness. Yun Nuoxing saw some fragmented scenes in it intermittently, some small corners of the battle years ago. However, they were all very incomplete. As for how the star that looked like a heart was formed, probably because it was one of the raw materials, they did not know that. When they were gathered here, their consciousnesses were still very vague. It was only later when they found that their fragments were bound that they gradually became irritable and gave birth to negative emotions. Also, there were people here who were really trapped and could not enter reincarnation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The body of consciousness could not help but buzz again. This time it did not seem to be chaotic, but the sound was very loud. It was telling Yun Nuoxing something. However, as he had just said, the process of the conversation between the two was a little difficult. It was even more difficult than him communicating with Frost. Want to get rid of it, isn't it? Is it to be free? Yun Nuoxing guessed one by one. He guessed from the meaning expressed by the body of consciousness fragments for a long time and roughly understood what they meant. This heart was made up of the broken limbs and broken consciousnesses of a large part of the fallen life. This was similar to what he had guessed. There were many consciousnesses and souls that were still intact trapped here, and they wanted to enter reincarnation. There's no harm in sending you into reincarnation. Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms with one hand and held the ball of light in front of his eyes with the other hand. However, I also need you to do me a favor. There's a point of entanglement here. You can help me dig it out, or you can take me in to get it. As he spoke, he looked at the soft ground that was constantly beating. His face could not help but turn green. Of course. It's best if you can help me get it out. It's disgusting. But to his disappointment, the body of consciousness fragments burst out a sense of panic and resistance at this moment. Then they threw a lot of information at Yun Nuashing. That was the source of their change, the source of pollution. If they got close to it again, they would definitely lose control again. They would rather be directly turned into ashes than touch that thing. Yun Nuashing grinned and scratched his head. If that's the case, then you can point me in a general direction. I'll get it out. The ball of consciousness stretched out many threads and pointed forward. Yun Nuashing glanced at it and walked towards the direction. Not long after, he walked to the center of a sunken, irregular basin. This place looked like a certain chamber of the heart, but it should be more like some irregular concavities on the surface of the heart. The beating from this basin was stronger, and the chaotic breath from under his feet was more powerful. The ball of light brought him to his position, and then a ball of silk threads pointed straight down. There was also a piece of silk thread that marked the distance at the side, which made Yun Nuashing very impressed. The string of zeros even looked like they were about to fly. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, and the dark red energy transformed into a long sword that looked exactly the same as the Netherworld Ruins sword. The sword pierced straight through the ground, heading straight for the bottom of the land. It didn't destroy anything along the way, and just pierced through the ground in a very normal manner. He was afraid that if he really pierced through the ground, there would be a fountain of blood spurting out. Just the thought of being stained by the black blood spurting out of the land made him want to vomit. Even the energy barrier felt like it was being stained. The little angel sensed a state of mind and comforted him softly. Don't worry, you are still very clean now. Yun Nuashing. The little angel laughed and sat up on the bed. He observed the place through his extended soul and suddenly said, By the way, those big guys don't seem to be coming. Yun Nuashing was also curious. He asked the ball of consciousness. The answer he got was that all the remaining fragments of consciousness and soul on the heart star had been gathered in this ball. Those big guys were actually driven by the fragments of the rules and the consciousness of a certain life. Now that they had lost those fragments, they naturally stopped moving. Nodding casually, Yun Nuashing continued to extend the dark red sword downwards. He thought he would see some twisted wreckage, broken hands, broken legs, and heads. In fact, he only saw blood red, rock stratum. That could be the ground made of flesh and blood. Otherwise, how could it be this color? Ugh! The more he thought about it, the more disgusted he felt. The further down he went, the clearer the heartbeat became. The heartbeat came from all directions, and he thought it was the sound of the planet beating. However, the source of the heartbeat came from below, and then it spread throughout the entire planet in an instant. It was like an echo that surrounded him from all directions, and the strand of his soul that extended out mistakenly thought that the whole world was trembling. There is a weak reaction of intelligence. Sitting in the spiritual world, the little angel suddenly jumped up. What she said with a serious face stunned Yun Nuashing. Intelligence. Yun Nuashing's cheeks reddened. Don't tell me that the convergence point of the rules has become a spirit? The little angel frowned. It doesn't seem like it. That feeling doesn't seem to have reached the level of intelligence. It's more like chaotic consciousness, but it's more rigid. If it's a consciousness, it can only judge and react to a few situations. For example, if there's a foreign object approaching, it can exclude or ignore it. If it's threatened, it can exclude or ignore it. But it's indeed a feeling of consciousness, but it can't carry out more complicated thinking. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. Then he was not surprised. Oh, I suddenly understand. That's probably a self-protection mechanism of the convergence point of the rules. But it's quite imperfect. You can think of it as the instinct of a treasure of heaven and earth to seek luck and avoid danger. Yes, it's an instinct. Be careful. There's no need to touch or suppress it. Bang! That wisp of divine soul suddenly and quickly collided with something, causing Yin Nuashing to feel dizzy. He quickly stabilized himself and looked forward, only to see a transparent energy barrier blocking in front of him. After he collided with it, a huge ripple appeared and it almost shattered. He rubbed his head. It was as if he had really crashed into it. Ouch! It seems to be a barrier. Buzz, buzz! A group of consciousnesses indicated that the convergence point of the rules was behind them. After they said this, they shrank back and gathered behind Yin Nuashing. They looked as if they were afraid, but also wanted to continue watching. Yin Nuashing cast a look of disdain at them. He stretched out his hand and swung it down. The dark red sword suddenly showed signs of turning transparent. He took a few steps back and rushed towards the barrier. This time he did not encounter any problems and rushed into the barrier. It was also at the moment when the extension of his soul rushed into the barrier that the space suddenly trembled. Yin Nuashing was startled. Then he felt signs of energy flow. The things in the space were all flowing towards one place. It was as if they were suddenly sucked into a hole at the bottom of the sea. The extension of his soul followed the feeling of flowing and converging to the front. The barrier behind him was disappearing bit by bit. He could feel that something was slowly taking shape and emerging bit by bit. This was probably the instinctive action that the little angel mentioned just now. Found it. Yin Nuashing accelerated towards the convergence point. After a while, he stopped. He saw the convergence point. There was a black heart that was about the size of a wash basin. It was beating in this rock layer, causing the earth to beat with its frequency. I was curious why the shape of this star is so strange. Yin Nuashing could not hide the surprise in his tone. So its core is a heart. It was lying there quietly and beating quietly. Yin Nuashing had thought that was the case. He aimed his dark red sword at it. Just as he was about to make contact with it, the black heart suddenly burst out with a burst of light. He was startled, just as he was about to defend himself. Something like wings suddenly grew on both sides of the heart. After that, it quickly rushed towards the ground. The speed of its escape was not an exaggeration to say that it was being chased by the end of the world. The duck that was about to be caught flew away, just like that. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He could not help but smile bitterly. However, he was not worried. After all, there was no one else in this space. Chapter 1538. The heart of darkness quickly swept past the crimson rock stratum, fleeing for its life without stopping at all. Yin Nuashing's main body and the cluster of consciousness on the ground both sensed the heart of darkness rapidly approaching and turned their gazes away. The cluster of consciousness sensed the familiar negative aura rapidly approaching and was so scared that its head almost flew off. It hurriedly dodged to the side, but before it could escape, Yin Nuashing reached out and pulled it back. The energy barrier on the ground completely cut off its connection with everything in the world. It suddenly couldn't sense the aura approaching and heaved a sigh of relief. It was truly a sigh of relief. The hundreds of thousands of consciousnesses let out a huff in unison. Yin Nuashing felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears and eardrums, making his ears and eardrums itch unbearably. The crimson long sword that was split out returned to his body first. Yin Nuashing's gaze was fixed on the ground more than 10 meters in front of him. After the heart of darkness was startled, the ground began to tremble violently. The black, tainted blood buried deep under the ground gushed out from every corner like a fountain. It formed a waterfall from the highest point of this star and flowed wildly along the ground. When Yin Nuashing saw the black rain pouring down from the sky, he was already drenched in cold sweat. His survival instincts made him subconsciously open up all the energy barriers and even condense a large umbrella more than 10 meters wide to hold up the sky above his head. Then, the black, tainted water gushing out from under his feet splashed all over his face and body. Everyone, The cluster of consciousness was stunned. The hundreds of thousands of consciousness fragments were a little embarrassed when they saw the scene. This was too unlucky. Who would put up an energy barrier for no reason? It just so happened that it gushed out from under his feet. Forget it. They could already feel that the guy's aggro bar was about to break through the sky. If they thought about it for a while longer, they would probably die together with him. Yun Nuashing slightly lowered his head. The tainted blood was all over his body. It flowed down from his head to his neck and slid down to his body. His silky black hair was tightly stuck to his back and face. A few strands of hair hung in the air, and a few droplets of water fell down. His hanging bangs covered his eyes, but it was obvious that his expression wasn't good. He looked extremely embarrassed. Jing Yuanji covered her face with her jade hands. That must be definitely not good. If she got hit, ugh, don't think about it anymore. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang had already started to take things out of the space matrix device. Towels, pajamas, shoes, a clean set of clothes, and a whole lake of clean water. Jing Yuanji was stunned. She was very curious about what the two girls were hiding in the space matrix device. Why did they have Master Feng's clothes? The silence lasted for about 15 seconds. Yun Nuashing still had his head down and slowly put away the umbrella. He casually took out a piece of soft cloth from his hand that was stained with sticky blood and wiped it on his face. Then he suddenly clenched his fist, and his eyes shone with a bright white light of anger. He gathered all the strength in his body into his fist and heavily smashed it on the soft ground. Bang! There was no process of disintegration. The destruction of the entire star only lasted for a moment. Its interior swelled and then suddenly exploded. Like a balloon that inflated and exploded in an instant, every inch of it collapsed in an instant. Countless fragments continued to disintegrate as they flew out, carrying the power of the punch in all directions of the starry sky. Like a meteor, they disappeared into the depths of the starry sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, larger fragments could still be seen. The earth fragments mixed with white bones were affected by the residual destructive energy and fell apart little by little. They followed the fragments that had already rushed into the depths of the starry sky, leaving behind debris all over the starry sky. Everyone present and their consciousnesses shuddered. The planet was not an ordinary structure. It was a star made from the flesh and blood of a being at the peak of the origin level. Even if the energy had dissipated, it was still abnormally tough. Yet it was smashed into billions of pieces by a single punch. The energy attached to the pieces would probably completely destroy them in the end. As for that place, there was nothing left. Oh, there were still some other things left. The winged heart of darkness was stunned when it saw the surroundings suddenly open up. It paused in space, a little confused. Yun Nuashing's gaze on the heart of darkness was a little cold and eerie. The effect of his gaze was much stronger than the gazes of the crooked people just now. The heart of darkness immediately shuddered and rushed towards Jing Yuanji and the others in panic. Jing Yuanji could not help but chuckle when she saw this. She covered her hands with hundreds of transparent energy barriers and was about to catch the heart of darkness that was rushing over. The heart of darkness flapped its wings. Yun Nuashing, who was not in a hurry to begin with, let out a sigh of relief. If it were not for that thing, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Now that he had relaxed, he said to the consciousnesses beside him, "You said that there were a few souls that were still intact." Now, a strong spatial energy suddenly appeared, and Yun Nuashing could not finish a sentence. He was stunned for a moment, and so was Jing Yuanji. A sudden burst of spatial energy wrapped around the heart of darkness, and a small distortion and disturbance appeared in the space. A blue light swept the heart of darkness aside, and the sudden burst of speed was no slower than the speed of the fragment of the star that he had just smashed with his fist. The sudden change startled Yun Nuashing and the others. When their gazes followed the heart of darkness, they suddenly saw a spatial rift appear in the direction it was rushing towards. A black claw reached out and grabbed the heart of darkness. A figure wrapped in a black robe stood in the rift. After grabbing the heart of darkness, he looked back at Yun Nuashing and the others. His scarlet eyes were motionless, and in a flash he disappeared into the rift. Everyone. Yun Nuashing? ? Everything happened too quickly. Just when they were about to let their guard down, a black-robed man appeared out of nowhere. They thought that there was no one else in this space other than them, so they didn't take Yu Qi's words seriously. Well, not really. They were used to being able to do whatever they wanted in the void, so, well, whatever the case, this was just a small accident. Logically speaking, Yun Nuashing had not been intercepted in a long time, mainly because he was too relaxed. Jing Yuanji was still in a daze. When she saw Yun Nuashing coming over, she quickly went up and bowed her head as if she was apologizing. "Lord Feng, I'm sorry." Yun Nuashing waved his hand and wanted to say something, but when he remembered that there was still a trace of dirty blood flowing by the side of his mouth, he closed his mouth tightly and said in his soul, "It's not your fault. I was careless, but it's okay. Things that come into contact with my energy can't run away." That person took away the entanglement point. As he spoke, a strange expression appeared on his face. Maybe something good will happen? He took the entanglement point to the depths of the void and went very far. Let him scout the way for us. I can't take it anymore. It stinks. I'm going to wash up first. Everyone. That guy could endure the stench and say something here. If it were them, they would have already soaked in the water and not come out. Looking at Yun Nuashing diving into the lake, Siyu and Feng Qinghuang threw out a few energy curtains to surround the place. Then the two girls looked at each other. The two pairs of beautiful eyes seemed to be communicating something. After a while, Siyu smiled and patted Feng Qinghuang's shoulder. She lifted a corner of the curtains and pushed the blushing little phoenix in. Everyone looked at this scene with a strange expression. Jing Yuanji's face twitched. "What's the meaning of this?" Well, is there anything?" Siyu looked up at the starry sky and laughed. Just as she was about to say something to fool them, there was some movement behind her. She turned around and saw Yun Nuashing pushing the curtains open and walking out. The water on his body quickly receded. Feng Qinghuang was helping him tidy up his wet hair. Siyu's eyes widened. She quickly pulled Feng Qinghuang to the side. Before she could say anything, Feng Qinghuang sighed. "When I went in, he had already finished bathing. There's nothing for me to do." "Siyu, you just washed him with water, right? Anyway, little star is spotless. It's just that the thing he touched this time was so disgusting that he couldn't help but want to wash it." Feng Qinghuang shrugged. Under Siyu's speechless gaze, she slipped to Yun Nuashing's side and tidied his robe. Yun Nuashing and the others wandered around the space. As the heart of darkness disappeared, the abnormal feeling of the space began to fade. Some of the spaces began to collapse. Many things that were covered by the strange smell were slowly exposed. Some things even turned into something else in front of them. This situation was similar to a very strong stench covering all the fragrances. Now that the stench was gone, the original smell floated out. That was what it meant. All right. There was also the matter of the condensation of consciousness. He had discussed something with them before. Now, it was time to deal with it. Sending them into the reincarnation cycle was not a bad thing. The difficulty of opening the path of reincarnation was not much harder than eating. In the starry sky, there were dazzling sparks from the collapse of many spaces. Some spaces were like piled-up towers that were collapsing bit by bit. There was a galaxy that had changed because of the abnormal power of space. At this time, it disappeared because of its disappearance. Yun Nuashing found a relatively safe place. This time, he did not act as if nothing was going to happen. After making sufficient preparations, he sat down and held the light of the condensation of consciousness. His soul gushed out and connected directly with the condensation of consciousness. The switch between consciousness and soul happened in an instant. In the next second, Yun Nuashing had arrived at the condensation of consciousness. It was a very strange space. The surrounding space was like a white cloth that was splashed with a bucket of paint that was dyed with all the colors in the world. All the colors flowed on this huge white cloth. Some were dark, some were bright. It was very bright. His eyes were a little uncomfortable. The space was changing little by little. Something was gradually leaving. "You're here." These 3 words made Yun Nuashing a little bewitched. Even though he could tell that this voice was not that voice, he could not help but tremble when he heard it. He turned his head and saw 3 transparent bodies of consciousness standing behind him. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They were like ghosts. They did not even have feet. In this way, you have preserved the best 3 remnant souls. Yun Nuashing looked at them. When he saw them nodding, he pointed at the space and continued, "What are the others doing?" "They are going to where they should go." The woman replied softly, "They have been dead for too long. It has been so long. At this time, everything has been exhausted. Even their souls have been exhausted. The remaining fragments of consciousness can't hold on. There is no way to support them to do anything else. They can only dissipate with the wind. Whether they can return to reincarnation depends on luck. We know why you are here. Although we would like to answer some of your questions, it is regrettable." The short-haired man shook his head. "We almost don't remember what happened before we died. We only vaguely remember that there was a big battle and vaguely remember that we have to go to a place. This is also what we want to talk about." The other young man waved his hand and said, "If you want to go to this place, the depths of the battlefield, if possible, we hope that you can take us with you. If it is too troublesome, it doesn't matter." Yun Nuashing blinked and replied, "After all, I have carried a lot of strange things with me. It is not a problem to have 1 more body of consciousness. By the way, do you know the way?" The woman chuckled. "We can roughly point out the direction. That is our last obsession. If we can't even remember that, we would not have been able to hold on until today." Yun Nuashing nodded. Looking at the space, he said, "This space, we have already walked on our own path." The short-haired man shook his head. "This is an unavoidable outcome after we have overdrawn our time and soul. Not all consciousnesses are willing to pay for such an overdraft. It is just that we have been trapped here without being able to break free. Before you came, tens of millions of consciousnesses had already dissipated. If you had come a little later, our bodies might have collapsed and turned into vague consciousnesses. After everyone has embarked on the journey home, the 3 of us will absorb the free energy of this space and try to leave 3 relatively complete soul bodies. When we guide you there, we might be able to provide you with some help. Although I don't know where this idea came from. I just have a feeling," the young man said. Yun Nuashing could explain the origin of this idea. Countless people had fought on this battlefield in the past. Even if their memories were broken, the remaining broken memories might still contain the positions that their family had set up in this space, or some kind of defensive measures. It was an instinctive familiarity. They had only lost their memories, not their intelligence. Perhaps some weak instincts were still preserved. With the end of this conversation, the matter in this space had probably come to an end. At least for the countless consciousnesses and broken souls trapped here, everything had come to an end. They needed to make one last effort in this life. Perhaps they could open the door to the path of reincarnation, or perhaps they could only vanish into thin air. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes and looked at the starry sky. What he felt in the space where the consciousnesses were condensed was just about to happen. The light cluster trembled slightly, and countless faint light, spots the size of fingertips, floated out from its surface. Hundreds of thousands of particles floated out of the light cluster and gradually spread in this space. Like dandelions in a grassland in summer, their vision was full of floating white light spots. It was a pity that this was not a scene for appreciation. Every light spot was once a living consciousness. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly stretched out his right index finger. The power of order and rule emanated from every part of his body and soul. The power gathered at his fingertip, and then he gently stroked the space in front of him. A 10-foot-long crack opened in front of him. The crack looked like a passage. The left and right sides were dark blue. The closer to the middle, the lighter the color became until there was only a vast expanse of white in the middle. There was no way to know where the path ahead was. He shouted at the dandelions, "Hey, you guys, stop floating. The path of reincarnation has opened for you. Do whatever you need to do. Hurry up and fight for a chance to reincarnate." The effect was immediate. The light spots that were floating around leisurely a moment ago seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Now, all of them were swarming towards the crack that was about 10 feet wide. The light cluster that was the condensation of consciousness rushed into the crack. If that thing was a dandelion, it would have gone bald in just 2 seconds. It did not jump into the passage as a whole. It seemed to be very orderly, probably. When all the consciousnesses and broken souls had entered the path of reincarnation, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and closed the passage. He looked at the light spot that had shrunk a lot and let out a sigh of relief. There were some changes happening inside the light spot. He waited for a while until he heard the woman suddenly speak. Her voice was a little emotional. "Ah, we can finally see what the outside looks like. It's just too empty. This is the place after our battle. It's good enough that there are still 2 or 3 stars left. I was already prepared. I thought I would see a world where only ashes exist. You guys still have a lot of opportunities to sigh." Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed with a faint silver light. He looked in one direction. After a while, he turned around and looked at them. "It's almost time to move forward. There's not much time left in this space of the ruins. Oh, in this direction. If we go to the central area, we can." The young man's voice was heard. The light spot extended a silk thread and pointed into the distance. "Wait, let's not go there now." Yun Nuashing shook his head. The 3 of them were stunned. He kept staring in that direction. "Before we go there, we have to deal with the guy who suddenly came out and intercepted us. He snatched something from me. How many years has it been since I've encountered such a thing? The last guy who did such a feat has probably been reincarnated 3 or 4 times." The 3 of them were speechless. Lord Feng, Jing Yuanji, landed beside him. She glanced at Yun Nuashing and the light spot and directly reported, "In the direction you pointed to, I found 7 spaces where your breath was left. If I'm not mistaken, he should be in the last space. I felt some breath of life there. There's a slight error in the thick space barrier, but I can confirm that there are multiple lives there." Yun Nuashing nodded. He walked to the side and carried Frost on his back. He nodded to the others and said softly, "Let's go." The space of the war ruins was indeed thick. It was not easy for the others to cut through the space barrier of this level. However, it was not feasible to stop them. He could make a hole in the origin world. No matter how high the standard of this space was, could it be higher than the origin world? When they came, there were 10 of them. When they left, they took a ball with them. 3 weak souls. The configuration of the team seemed to be getting stranger. Chapter 1539. The change in space was quick and short. Their vision and senses shook for a moment. It was as simple as walking through a door. There were no fancy tricks. They lifted their feet and retracted their feet. They had arrived at another space, a space filled with the aura of death. It was a resplendent starry sky that was branded by the rules. How glorious it was in front of everyone represented how tragic the battle back then was. This place is full of entangled rules. Yun Nuashing saw through the truth of this dimension in about a minute. There was nothing unexpected about it. He had almost figured out the characteristics of the war ruins after seeing the 2 dimensions earlier. The level has increased by a level. The deeper you go, the more bizarre the rules seem to be. They are completely entangled with other things. Wait a minute. We have to make some special defenses from this dimension. Yun Nuashing squatted down and put his hand on the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes and sensed something with his hand. Yu Qi scratched his head, puzzled. Special defenses? From the moment we step into this dimension, we have actually crossed a level from the outer layer to the middle layer. But I have been here many times, and I don't feel anything wrong. Oh, this dimension is now in an open state. The crack has spread to this place. In time, even if we don't explore it in advance, the inner dimension will probably open by itself. But I still don't feel anything wrong. Brother, did you feel something? Yun Nuashing did not say anything. Yu Qi, who knew a little about his character, was not in a hurry. He had heard it anyway. He just did not have time to answer now. They just had to wait for a while. After about 5 minutes, Yun Nuashing stood up. His finger in the starry sky pulled out an energy thread. As his nimble fingers flew, in less than a minute, a palm-sized magic circle made of the colors of the starry sky was woven. There were still traces of energy, thread activity in its inner circle. It seemed that it was still being adjusted. I have barely deciphered the chaotic rules of this starry sky and changed the order locking magic circle. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and the palm-sized magic circle in front of him split into 10 pieces and threw it to everyone. He and Frost were almost bound together. It was the weight of one person. Order locking array. In short, place it in the most important position of your souls. Yun Nuashing pointed at her head and said, "The magic circle will temporarily change and lock your order characteristics, making it reach a stable state. It's a necessary defensive measure to pass through these areas." Jing Yuanji and the others didn't hesitate to throw the array into their souls. The array melted into their souls, and the warm power of order and rules flowed out of the array, flowing through her soul. It took her a while to adapt to the additional feeling in her soul. Jing Yuanji blinked. "Sir Feng, this formation it's used to deal with the rules of this special space." Yun Nuashing pointed upwards and led the way forward. "Let's talk as we walk. I've mentioned 5 orders before. Pure chaos, pure order, order tending towards chaos, chaos tending towards order, and neutral order. Do you still remember?" Jing Yuanji, Feng Qinghuang, and the others nodded vigorously, while Min, Gezhongming, and the others were dumbfounded. Those 5 theories, excluding the 2 types of minor changes that were born because of the large-scale changes in the plane, there are only 3 types, either order, chaos, or neutral. What we are facing now is the 4th type of order that is rarely discussed. Well, you can say the 6th type. Unlike the 2 types that were artificially created for some reason, this 4th order is also born in the void. The so-called 4th order belongs to both order and chaos at the same time. Doesn't it sound familiar? Don't you think it's very similar to the 3rd order, the neutral order? Yun Nuashing grinned. It's just a difference in definition. The neutral order belongs to both, but is also rejected by both. That's me in that state. On the other hand, the 4th order can be described in one word, all-encompassing, a definition that belongs to the level of rules and order. If we have to talk about the difference, the 3rd order's neutral order is deserted by everyone and loved no one. On the other hand, the 4th order, which is also neutral, is loved by both father and mother, with relatives and aunts circling around it all over the world. It receives the favor from both the order and chaos levels. That's the situation. Jing Yuanji and the others pondered for a moment, before a strange expression appeared on their faces. In that case, wouldn't he be deserted by everyone and loved ones? Yun Nuashing noticed the problem as well and cleared his throat. Things on the level of order and rules are very troublesome and complicated, which is why there are many similar explanations and definitions. Some of them are just a little different, and while it may seem like they are biting on words, it's just that one sentence difference. In the void, The difference isn't just a matter of probability, it's a matter of what is and what isn't. There's a lot of life up ahead. Let's go take a look. Yunhua paused for a moment to adjust her direction before continuing. With that said, let's get down to business. The fourth order is the order form unique to this type of space. War ruins. Normal order once existed in this space, originating from countless worlds and dimensions. But now it's a fragment of order that the void cannot comprehend, a fragment of normal order that has been shattered. For us, we can recycle. Don't look at me like that, that's really what it means. For the void, a fragment of order that has been shattered to such a degree would need to be destroyed directly, but it could no longer distinguish between these things, which is why it could only leave it here. At that time, this thing that the void has left behind, unable to handle, freeze, or repair, becomes a blank zone independent of the void's rules, but still has a faint connection to the void. Inside, countless fragments of rules and concepts are all mixed together. In theory, these fragments from thousands of worlds and void regions cannot be pieced together. A broken mirror cannot be remade. But by chance, some of the fragments would collide, their sharp parts being destroyed and forcibly pieced together to change. This zone might temporarily stabilize, and you could even see the normal appearance of a normal world here. Just like when a storm descends, you would think that everything is over when everything suddenly calms down. But in truth, that is just a brief moment of peace when the eye of the storm arrives above your head, gaining a brief moment of respite, even inhaling a mouthful of turbid air in the process. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and forced himself to stop talking. He then turned his head and looked behind him. As expected, he saw a few pairs of eyes staring at him. He raised his head slightly and looked at them coolly. "Do you understand?" The group of people shook their heads vigorously. Frost wrote a big question mark on his shoulder. Yun Nuashing understood. Then I'll repeat it again. I'll start from when the Yuan realm was created. Speaking of which, at that time, don't. We understand. Everyone was shocked. Gu Zhongming was sweating profusely as he waved his hand and laughed dryly. Just go through it. Don't stop, continue. Okay. Yun Nuashing sniffed a few times and nodded. Then I'll continue. In such a situation where rules, concepts, and order are combined at will, the order that controls the environment of the void loses its concept due to repeated collisions and recombination. In such an environment that is temporarily stable by chance, order is no longer order, and chaos is no longer chaos. Thus, order controls the environment here. Of course, even if one is lucky enough to come across a relatively complete fragment of order that belongs to order, because the rules cannot be completely connected and the concept cannot form the same domain. The three cannot be reconciled. Therefore, order will still not show complete order. For example, if a puzzle has 100 million pieces, there will always be a part of the pieces that are the same. But if you put them together, the pattern will not be the same. That's the reason. As for why it shows the form of the fourth order, that's because the grand primordial realm has just opened. Don't look at me like that. This is a serious way of saying it. When heaven and earth first opened, chaos took the dominant position, and order only evolved later. The void tends towards order, not just because of itself, but also because of this reason. Because of this reason, we can see that the rules of the void and the order of the void are actually evolved from chaos, little by little from the chaos level to the order level. It's just like the evolution of creatures, except that the latter is a long process of accumulation, while the evolution of the former is a miracle with a small probability and then completed in an instant. Then here's the problem. Yun Nuashing suddenly waved his hands. The energy in his left hand condensed into a sandbag, and his right hand held a fist-sized ball. Let's say this ball represents order. The left side of the sandbag is the chaos level, and the right side is order. The ball itself is order. He forcefully pressed the ball into the sandbag. If I have enough strength, what will happen? Order will be smashed into chaos. Ning Fei asked. Order will be stuck at the interface, and it will become them. Before Yun Nuashing could say anything, another voice answered. Everyone turned their attention to it. This time, it was not Feng Qing Huang or Jing Yuanji who answered first. It was Min, who they did not expect but was within Yun Nuashing's expectations. She looked at the latter with a determined gaze. Order itself cannot return to the state of chaos. It can only destroy it, pollute, and infect it with the things on the chaos level. Only then can order be pulled to the level of chaos. All right, I'll give you 12 out of 10. Yun Nuashing smiled and clapped his hands. Suddenly, he felt like he was in a class. He quickly cleared his throat and returned to normal. Using the power of order against order will not turn order into chaos. It will only cause order to be stuck at a critical point. At that critical point, order will become both, all-encompassing. If you pour tea or other liquids into water, the water will still be water and tea. If the water itself is not destroyed, the water will still be tea. Just like what I said just now, the fragments of order may be relatively intact during the process of collision, but when the rules and concepts do not match, order will no longer be pure order. That's the situation with the fourth order. It's a long story, but it's actually like this, all-encompassing. Both of them are both. This area of order contains everything in the void. It often appears in areas where multiple rules collide and explode. Battlefields, world orbs that are destroyed by the void's self-born rule storm, or world orbs that collide. The world barrier does not separate them. In the world fragments where both of them are destroyed together, the more rules there are, especially the more different rules there are, and the more fragmented the rules are, the easier it is for the fourth order to appear. Ugh, smashing everything clean doesn't count. If everything is smashed, the fourth order won't have anything to do with it. Yun Nuashing paused again. Have you heard of the illusory void vortex? This time it was not just Ge Zhongming and the others. Jing Yuanji and Min shook their heads vigorously, which made Yun Nuashing a little stunned. He coughed softly and did not show any abnormality. The name sounds like it has something to do with the orderly void and the chaotic void. In fact, the illusory void vortex is just a place name, just like the few worlds that are named worlds. The illusory void vortex is a huge area in the void, a vast area dominated by the fourth order. He closed his mouth for a moment. There was something that he should have said, but he skipped over it. In theory, it was a special area that was formed before the ancient times. Personally, I prefer to call it the illusory void vortex. Combined with the characteristics of the fourth order that I mentioned just now, you can probably guess the reason. Yun Nuashing skipped a part and continued. Is it because there are many worlds buried there? Feng Qing Huang guessed and said her own words. Yun Nuashing nodded. Back to the original topic. You all know the reason for the fourth order. Next, I'll talk about this area. The first two spaces are obviously not the fourth order, but from here onwards, I can feel the characteristics of the fourth order, which means that this place is in a stable state for the time being. There are broken rules, order, and concepts pieced together. If the rules here can self-perfect, this stable state will remain stable forever. It will become a space that has rules from countless places at the same time, but maintains a permanent stability. It will become an area of the fourth order that has existed for a long time, like the illusory void vortex. Moreover, there won't be any abnormalities, and there won't be any feelings. Jing Yuanji noticed Yun Nuashing's evil smile when he spoke. Her eyes flashed. There won't be any feelings. Could it be that even those at the peak of origin who enter here can't detect such changes? That's right. Yun Nuashing's smile became even brighter. His response shocked everyone. Being in an area controlled by the fourth order for a long time, even those at the peak of origin will be subtly influenced. This influence will start to appear when they are defenseless in the 1,000th year, followed by a change in the 10,000th year, an abnormal advancement in the 10,000th year, and a complete solidification in the 10,000th 10 million years. When they return to the normal order space, order level, or chaos level, there won't be a problem. Guess what will happen to them? Seeing that everyone was distressed and did not want to guess, Yun Nuashing put his hands together and smiled. Let's guess. Don't give up so quickly. In short, they'll definitely become a fourth-order person, right? Siyu mumbled. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. Siyu continued. Then they'll definitely be rejected by the normal space. No, it took us 1,000 years to reach the fourth order. That's the peak of origin. It should be even shorter for me. It should take some time before I'll be rejected, converted back or something. Yun Nuashing smiled but did not say anything. He led the group on a journey and wandered for a while in this space controlled by the fourth zone. They moved closer to places where there were people, but temporarily avoided places where they would bump into people. He took them on a tour of the starry sky to get a feel for the situation here. They were also racking their brains to come up with an answer. But the more they said, the more ridiculous they became. Yuan Kong even said the word sudden death. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Even if an origin life form was rejected by the void rules, it would still have a short period of time to resist. How could someone who belonged to a sequence or a special sequence die instantly? When the group arrived at the center of a star cluster, they still did not give Yun Nuashing an answer. Jing Yuanji and Min also announced that they had given up. Yun Nuashing then said faintly, a life form assimilated by a fourth order that leaves the fourth order zone. Everything it owns will collapse toward the end of third order in an instant. Not only that, it will be permanently solidified. From the inside to the outside, soul, spirit, godly right, energy, everything will become third order in an instant. It can't be reversed. At that time, the void rules will no longer be close to them. The rules will be infinitely close to zero, but they won't be zero because they're still a part of themselves. Deserted and abandoned by the void. No, it would be better to say that they're isolated. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and added faintly, I've only tried the situation where the energy state is third order. I didn't let everything about me enter that state. You won't want to experience that feeling. It's like your connection with the world you know is cut off in an instant. From then on, you'll be alone and helpless. Your old friends won't be able to tell what you are, and your memories will become gray memories. It's difficult to recall and filled with obstacles. Those who have met you won't be able to remember who you are, and they won't be able to tell what you are. In this world, only you know who you are and who you are, but you'll never be able to share this knowledge with anyone else. It could be said that he possessed third-order energy, while the others were normal. It could be said that he possessed third-order, but the energy, godly right, and God's soul were more normal. It could also be said that godly right, divinity, and energy were more like third order, but their order and existence were normal. The last one was the case of the underworld fledgling. Yun Nuashing belonged to the first category and part of the second category, so it was relatively safe as long as it did not completely fall into third order. The atmosphere became deathly quiet. Ning Fei, who was fighting for the star spirit spring and was not afraid of facing the giants of the void, even had the idea of escaping. In the void, death was not a particularly difficult topic to accept. Some people even died and came back to life countless times. However, what he heard at the moment that he would never be able to establish a firm connection with everything in the world. Being exiled from the great Yuan realm forever was probably worse than death. The void is still very dangerous. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Behind all the long-winded theories, in addition to the research time as long as epochs, there may also be a story in it. It may be very gentle or very bizarre, but most of them are related to the danger of turbulence. It has never been a friendly place, nor is it a fun place. Yun Nuashing let out a deep breath. So, when I came in, I was prepared. Now you know why. He looked at the cluster of stars in front of him and waved his hand. Starlight gathered in the direction of his palm. With a weak and unusual energy, countless starlight gathered in the palm of his hand, forming a ball of energy. However, it was very unstable, as if it would split open at any time. This space as a whole already belongs to the Fourth Order. It should have carried out a part of self-improvement on a relatively high level, but there are still some minor flaws. Some parts of the small space have not been perfected. As he spoke, he laughed helplessly. That's right. If this place has become completely stable, similar to the situation of the illusory void, there should be a core point of order, an amorphous entity that is similar to the principal entanglement point. I don't feel that unique aura for the time being. I think the Fourth Order of this space has not reached a very stable state. It has just evolved to this point. After filtering out the distortion and abnormalities brought about by the Fourth Order, the rules and order fragments here are still usable. Do you want them? Yun Nuashing had already processed the energy ball that was no longer in the form of a physical body. As a result, Ge Zhongming and the others took a few steps back, staring at him with an expression that said, "Don't be so impulsive. Don't touch me." He could not help but laugh. Don't be so nervous. The Fourth Order also has an effect on the ultimate origin, but it doesn't mean that its existence is an evil event in itself. It's just a void phenomenon formed by many coincidences. It's actually only slightly different from a normal order. Anything that can be used can still be used. It's just that I don't want you to stay here for no reason. At the mention of this, Yu Qi suddenly remembered that he had been here many times. His face turned green. Am I going to die? Don't worry, your condition is still stable. You should be glad that you didn't stay here for too long, so there won't be any problems. Yun Nuashing casually stuffed the light ball into his mouth and analyzed the state of the Fourth Order area. He pondered for a moment. It hasn't been formed for too long, and it's still in a more dangerous state. The danger here is the danger of the instability of the space itself. Undercurrents are surging and gusts of wind blow from time to time. For now, I just hope that we won't run into a storm zone. This kind of mess is the most likely to happen in an area that has undergone changes in order at the initial stage of formation. The storm generated in the Fourth Order area is more violent than mine. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. Usually when he said this, it meant that something bad was going to happen. It was fine, just take it as a mental preparation and a precaution. Storm zone? Feng Qinghuang asked like a curious baby. A large-scale order storm generated when an unstable Fourth Order comes into contact with the void and nothingness. It's usually a storm caused by an order that doesn't belong to the order in an area of order. It's easy to be born in a place that's in the process of transformation and is a sealed space. Don't mention that crack, 99% of the areas are sealed. Leaving a crack is no different from being sealed, and it'll still form a storm zone. After the storm passes through, the order that doesn't belong to the Fourth Order area will basically be cleaned up, and then the order that belongs to the Fourth Order area will be filled up. It's a long battle. When cleaning up, it's easy to throw the debris away, and then clean up another place. It's very long. Yun Nuashing led the others to look at the star cluster for a while. He let out a long sigh and turned to leave. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. When the group turned to leave, no one noticed that many small black cracks suddenly appeared in the brilliant star cluster. The starlight formed a vortex and gathered around the cracks, quietly moving into the distance. Chapter 1540. Other silhouettes gradually appeared in the vast starry sky. Yun Nuashing and the others were approaching the place where a large number of life forms had gathered. However, they were probably still quite far away at the moment, so they would not be able to bump into other people all the time. Apart from humans, they could also see life forms of other races. Yun Nuashing could not identify most of them, but Ge Zhongming and the others could. Yu Qi felt that it was a little strange. It was not normal for a large number of life forms to gather in front of them, especially when there was no fighting going on there. You guys don't come here often, so you might not know this. It's rare for people to gather together in the ruins. They're all scattered and do their own things. They won't meet for no reason. But if there's a fight, they might gather together, Yu Qi said. In other words, something must have happened there. Gu Zhongming raised his eyebrows slightly. Something special must have happened that attracted people here? What could it be? Well, Yu Qi touched his gloomy face and suddenly thought of something. They probably found a sealed space or something. One person or a group of people can't open it, so they're planning to gather the strength of a large number of people to deal with it. I've experienced it once. I don't know if it's the same this time. The journey was not quite rushed. Yun Nuashing led the others around the starry sky and observed the situation of the space. He remembered when he went to the illusory vortex of the void. Due to the weakening of the void rules, when he went there in ancient times as a heavenly god, it was similar to when he entered this space without any defensive measures. At that time, because he did not have any defensive measures, he ran away hastily in the illusory vortex of the void for a while. At that time, his understanding of the illusory vortex of the void and the fourth rank was not as specific as it was now. He only felt that there was a subtle and abnormal change in the order. His intuition told him that staying here would not be a good thing, so he ran away not long after. When he came up with the sequence lock that could prevent the influence of the fourth rank and went to that strange place, it was already tens of billions of years later. However, he could not remember why he went there. Most of his understanding and knowledge of the fourth rank was theoretical. He could not deny that he had been in contact with it before, but he had never studied it very seriously. Now that he had the opportunity, of course, he would make good use of it. Unfortunately, as he said before, it was just some small changes in the order. He could not see any changes that would affect the space in the real world. This space had been destroyed once and was reorganized. At this time, it was following the new hybrid rules. Most of the places were quite stable. If there were no accidents, there would not be any fluctuations or disturbances in the rules. It seems like it's no different from other worlds. Siyu blinked at Mei Mao and glanced at Yun Nuashing. If it weren't for Little Star's words, we definitely wouldn't think of this place as a fourth-rank place. Changes in order, changes in rules for a place like a certain space or a certain world that is directly affected by them. It is very difficult for it to appear so obvious that it can be seen through at a glance. Their influence on the space of the present world cannot be hidden. It is placed in front of you so casually, but because of this, it is very difficult to discover. Moreover, some changes in rules are as good as not changing. If you can really discover all the abnormalities. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. If Dao Tian could not help but want to hear the rest. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. Then I can only say that you have nothing better to do. Everyone was speechless. What she meant was that there was no need to discover those things. They could just stay under the rules of other territories. If they were really unhappy, they could just use order to isolate them and pretend that nothing had happened. As they wandered around, they did not notice that they had strayed a little. They were not too far away from the place where people were gathered. It was in a relatively old star sector. As they ran to a place near the edge. As they stood in the starry sky to enjoy the scenery, they suddenly felt something approaching them from behind. It blocked part of the starlight and cast a large shadow on them. They all turned their heads and were stunned when they saw what it was. It was a huge exotic beast covered in black scales with a green sheen. It was very close to them. When they looked up, they could only see 1/10 of its size. Yun Nuashing did a rough calculation. If it curled its body into a ball, it would probably be the size of a planet. It's already dead. There's still a considerable amount of life force left in its body. It seems to have died not long ago. Yun Nuashing walked forward nonchalantly. She reached out and patted the scales of the huge exotic beast. When she turned her head, she was stunned. Feng Qinghuang was squatting on the body of the exotic beast. She was looking at Siyu using a sword to draw on the huge scale. Then she stabbed the sword into the gap of the scale. It seemed that she was going to remove the scale. Feng Qinghuang was beside her and kept adding fire. Was she trying to burn the tendons? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Her eyes widened. What are you doing? I'm removing the scale. Siyu replied with a smile. After trying for a long time, She felt that she would not be able to remove even a piece of the scale. So, she threw away her sword and pulled Yun Nuashing over. "Little star, come and help me. It's just this one. I can't pull it out." Yun Nuashing lowered his head, speechlessly. He happened to meet Feng Qinghuang's bright eyes. Feng Qinghuang was also looking at him expectantly. Logically speaking, he did not have any thoughts about touching the corpse. Although the other party could not protest when they were dead, they were still a powerful Empyrean god when they were alive. No matter what, he had to respect the remains of others. It was definitely not good to do this. He was not a necrophiliac. He was talking about the void bodies in the vast sky. "Little star, don't be distracted. It's just one piece. Just one piece. Just one piece. Help me." Seeing Yun Nuashing staring blankly at the giant creature, Siyu quickly grabbed his arm and shook it, coquettishly. She did not believe that he had no idea what to do. He was just thinking and struggling. Anyway, he did not fall for this trick. He felt that if he did not do it, Siyu would nag him all the way. Anyway, he casually removed the armor of the Empyrean god. The scale was more than 1,000 meters in size. There was still some flesh attached to it. However, the flesh had already solidified. According to the time of death, the flesh should not have solidified and dissipated. The body of the Empyrean god of origin should be able to last for a long time, even if it floated in the void. How could it dissipate just like that? Yun Nuashing plucked the scale and cleaned it with his own energy. He raised one hand above his head. After the scale was removed from the giant creature's body, it suddenly glowed. It turned from black to translucent. Its overall color was probably green. Some mysterious energy patterns appeared in the middle of the scale and spread to the translucent part. It contained a faint divine power and divine power. Oh, I see. Someone has wiped out this creature's life force. Yun Nuashing understood. He threw the giant scale to Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. Then he turned around and looked at the huge hole he had just made in the ground. The flesh of the strange creature had already withered. There was no energy left. Shuang gently drew a question mark on his shoulder. As they spent more time together, Shuang would keep her promise to not cause him any trouble, even if she had a lot of questions in the beginning. Now, she would always carefully seek answers from him. This kind of creature. Well, I don't know much about this kind of creature in this void. However, it probably has a very strong recovery ability. This ability can even make it come back from the dead. Its enemy was probably afraid that it would suddenly come back to life, so they even wiped out the life force of the corpse. Yun Nuashing answered patiently. These days his conversations with this girl were, she would draw a question mark, and he would patiently answer it. Her ability to understand was not weak. She could understand him in a few words. This made Yun Nuashing, who liked to preach a little, very, well, it was not very, but he was quite happy. He did not have to repeatedly answer or change his words, so he did not feel impatient. He did not like to repeat the same words more than 5 times in a short period of time. The fatal wound is here. Come and take a look. Go Zhongming suddenly shouted from the front. Yun Nuashing turned around and waved his hand to grab Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, who were still playing with the scale. Then he ran towards Gu Zhongming with Min and the others who had gathered from all directions. Look here, there is a large amount of remnant soul and spirit energy. The soul must have been destroyed directly. Gu Zhongming waited for them to get closer before pointing downwards. There was a huge hole there. Looking further, they could see that the hole was actually a scar left behind by some kind of weapon. It was just that it was so huge that when they looked at it from a close distance, they subconsciously thought it was just a hole. They could clearly see the flesh and blood at the bottom of the cliff. It was also withered and decayed. It had been dead for less than a month, but it looked like it had been dead for trillions of years. There are traces of the soul being destroyed. Maybe the core of the soul was hit, Yun Nuashing said. After circling around the giant beast, Howard finally got a good look at it from afar. It was a worm. Well, in fact, Howard couldn't tell what it was anymore. Some parts that could identify its species had been destroyed by its enemy. It was probably disfigured. When it died, it was curled up and its body was folded, so Howard could only see it as a long mass. It looked like a huge worm. Well, maybe a caterpillar would be a better name. Forget it. I don't want to see you to rush up and bite me. It's fine up close, but if you look at it from afar, it's already beyond recognition. God knows what happened to it. Ning Fei scratched his head and looked at Yuchi. The latter shook his head as well. No, I can't tell. There are too many mangled parts. It's very likely that some of its features were destroyed, killing and disfiguring, but not destroying the corpse. I smell a conspiracy. Ouch. Siyu, who was listening at the side, instantly thought of a lot of things. However, before she could say anything, she was stopped by Yin Nuashing. It's not just disfiguring the face and not destroying the corpse. It's just that this thing is too big. We don't have that much time. Oh, so that's what happened. Gu Zhongming and the others all came to a realization. This thing had been beaten back to its original form, so it would be impossible to completely destroy it in a short period of time. Judging from the weak energy left behind, the dead insect should have been at the pinnacle of origin when it was alive. Just the corpse lying there was already hard enough to be destroyed, and the person who had killed it clearly did not want to waste time on something like this. They might as well just clean up the particularly obvious traces and be done with it. However, for a pinnacle of origin beast to be forced to such a state with only one person's mark on its body, its opponent should be very terrifying, Yuchi said. He suddenly looked at Yin Nuashing curiously. How strong is it compared to you? Yin Nuashing raised an eyebrow. She said with a faint smile, What? You want to find out my strength? Yuchi nodded without hiding anything. He said honestly, indeed, because we might run into a lot of people later. There are also some people like me who stayed here but are rather annoying. Oh, those people are not a problem. Do you remember what I told you in the illusion? Hearing his honest words, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment and nodded. You seem to have mentioned a place. Yuchi nodded. It's a place that definitely exists. I definitely can't open it alone. Even if all of us here work together, we still can't open it. However, I can't calculate your strength, so I can't say for sure. Let's put it this way. Even if I lose a small realm, I have to go there. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. Yun Nuashing nodded. And then, according to my calculations, to open that door, we need 200 people of our realm, or a dozen of that strange beast's strength. If we aren't strong enough, I can only think of a way to call some people. Call some annoying people. As he spoke, Yuchi revealed a smile so bright that it could be called frightening. If it's enough, then there's no need to call people. Then that, and that, yes. I understand. Yun Nuashing chuckled. Right. The two fellows who inexplicably resonated with each other in the same realm looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. Their laughter made everyone feel a little helpless. Let's go back a few 100 trillion years. Back then, when they were searching for treasures or breaking into places with treasures, they all wished that there were more people there. That way, there would be more people to lead the way for them. Now, they met two people who weren't afraid of anything. The two of them said together, We'll lead the way, we'll bear the suffering. Then, we'll kindly accept this thing. Well, that was pretty much what it meant. After laughing, Yuchi looked at Yun Nuashing. He raised his chin and winked, hinting for a while. Don't worry, just take us there. There's no need to call people. Yun Nuashing's reply gave Yuchi an idea. Then the plan of calling people for help and then encountering all kinds of troublesome situations wouldn't be used. This presence. Ning Fei, who had returned to the place where his soul had just been annihilated, suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, This place contains a trace of someone else's presence. It seems to be the unique presence of the Soul Fairy Academy. It's very similar. Yun Nuashing and the others swarmed over and stood in front of the huge hole. They watched as Ning Fei held a transparent, multicolored ball of light in his hand. When they looked closer, the ball of light looked like a squirming ball of viscous liquid. He cleaned it so thoroughly, but he still left a ball of energy? Yu Qi rolled his eyes. He's obviously trying to frame us. Let's get out of here, quickly. If this exotic beast comes from some kind of race, it won't be fun. Yun Nuashing nodded. He was too lazy to get involved in that kind of trouble. He was already forced to do something that was decided by the will of the Archean realm. If he got involved in those strange places and got himself into trouble that he didn't know how, he might end up declaring war on the void in the end. When they turned around and left, they would remove all traces of their presence from the source of order. After that, the group left the place in an instant, leaving the huge exotic beast's corpse to drift slowly in front of the star cluster. It seemed like it would eventually fall into the center of the star cluster, but that would take quite a while. After wandering around in the starry sky for a day, Yun Nuashing finally let go of his obsession with the Fourth Order area. With some interest, he headed towards the place where countless people had gathered. To their surprise, in just one day, the number of life auras gathered there had more than tripled. I just went to take a look. It seems like many people have crossed over from other dimensions. That's strange. Is it so easy to cross over from the ruins these days? Yu Qi went to the place where the starlight shone brightly in front of them to investigate. When he came back, he said to Yun Nuashing and the others, "There are a lot of people here. There might be 20 people at the pinnacle of origins gathered here. The rest are all high-tier origins. Well, as for those people's nicknames, there's no need for that. It's useless, no matter how nice their nicknames are." Yun Nuashing shook his head, interrupting Yu Qi, who was about to say a bunch of names. "The people from the Celestial Court are here too," Ning Fei said softly. He glanced at Frost, who was quietly sitting on his back with both hands on his shoulders. "Be careful and hide well." Frost's face was revealed from under the hood. She looked in front of her and nodded obediently. Then she retracted her little head. Yun Nuashing patted her head with the back of her hand and tidied up the black robe that was draped over her. She used her own hair to curl Frost's overly long hair into the black robe. Only then did she feel at ease and led the others forward. At the place where the starlight gathered, the layers of light curtains were pulled apart so that they could see the true appearance of the thing behind them. Even though they had heard about it from Yu Qi and the others beforehand, they could not help but feel a little interested when they saw Yun Nuashing for real. At the place where billions of starlight gathered, there was a grand and glorious city standing in the starry sky. The light was dazzling and contained infinite power. It was a city formed by the convergence of light. It was as bright as a star. It's all formed by the power of rules. It was temporarily built in this place. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across the large city that was more than 1,000,000 miles wide. The raw materials of the city were all the power of the rules in this war site. This space had not been open for more than 5 days. It was probably built in these 5 days. It looked like it was built in a hurry. There were many details, and it did not look like it was built in a hurry. Which guy has nothing better to do? It said that it was built by people who came directly to this space. Yu Qi said, "Anyway, people like me. Ahem, no one would do such a thing. It could only be built by people who came later." At this moment, there were many people rushing towards the city in the starry sky. They rode on thousands of stars as if they were stepping on the starry sky. None of the people who came were below the high-level origin. It looked like a lot, but from another perspective it was equivalent to gathering the lives of thousands of worlds in the void. Even so, only a few 100,000 high-level origin were squeezed out. The number of peak origin and ultimate origin was even fewer. Too little. It's all too little. It's far from enough. It looks like a lot, but it's still not enough. Yun Nuashing stared at the starry sky and could not help but shake her head and sigh. It's a little too little. It's about the same as the number of lives gathered in a void. It shouldn't be this little. Jing Yuanji could not help but sigh. At this moment, when they saw so many origin gathering, they immediately thought of the void frontline they were guarding and could not help but sigh. The quantity is too little. The quality is also not up to standard. Min also echoed. Ge Zhongming and the others were confused. What are you talking about? Too little? Yun Nuoxing, Jing Yuanji, and Min said in unison. The number of people fighting in the void. Oh, aye. Chapter 1541. Guarding the void frontline was a very tough job, especially now that the gap between the two sides was so huge. They did not have enough combat power on the surface, and it was difficult to make up for the lack of combat power in the future. They had to wait for a future high-level origin to grow. Using the ready-made low-level heavenly gods as an example, they would have to wait for about an era. The lower the level of the primordial realm, the longer it would take. In the end, it could be delayed to about 3 or 4 eras. They could afford to wait, but would the underworld just sit there obediently? Obviously not. The countless lives that would follow could only wait slowly. However, the void frontline could not afford to wait. Instead of waiting for the people behind them to grow bit by bit, it was better to seek the power they had now. The void territory in front of them was very far away from the middle and upper realms where the war was going on. It was so far away that they did not interact with each other. Yun Nuoxing even felt that if this void territory was not discovered by them, the people here would not even know what the death abyss fog was until the destruction came. They would not know what was going to happen here. However, until the day their territory was destroyed, this void territory hidden in the void would still be exposed. What was going to happen would never be less. Yun Nuoxing did not know why they were both upper realms, but he was still exploring this void territory to find out the reason. He digressed. What he, Jing Yuanji, and Min wanted to say was that there were so many ready-made high-level life forms here. If they were to bring them all back, it would be quite difficult to tie them all up. They were all high-level life forms, so who would be afraid of who? They could only think of another way. However, they had to solve the reason why this void territory was isolated for no reason. If they did not expose the danger in front of them, these people would not act as they wished. The war on the other side of the void engulfed the entire void. Ge Zhongming and the others listened to the 3 people's conversation and soon understood what they were thinking. Ge Zhongming said, Ning Fei and I have already agreed to follow you. We can go anywhere. But if we want to summon others, it's still very difficult. Ning Fei nodded. However, if the inexplicable isolation of this void is removed and the real dangers are exposed, maybe there will be corresponding countermeasures. We can only use them at that time. The group soon arrived before the gates after exchanging a few words. The grand party of 11 people was very attention-grabbing. It was rare for superior beings to come in such a grand party, and most of them were solitary. Even if there would only be 3 or 4 people in a party, and that was excluding those who were part of a group of void giants in the first place. There seems to be something special hidden in the vast power of the natural order. It doesn't seem like it was deliberately created by someone. It seems like it was formed by unintentionally seizing the power of the natural order here. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across the huge city wall as her eyes flickered faintly. Yu Qi shuddered and leaned closer to ask softly, Is it related to the 4th rank? Yun Nuoxing nodded, her gaze gradually becoming strange as she looked at the city in front of her. I just hope they didn't directly use those chaotic rules to create it. If they really did not filter and directly use the power of the natural order and the power of the natural order here. Haha, that would be fun. His words were intermittent and his voice was very low. Jing Yuanji and the others couldn't hear him clearly. They looked at each other and shrugged. Anyway, from his expression, it shouldn't be a particularly good thing. Maybe it was particularly fun for him. When they were about to enter the city, Yun Nuoxing, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. There was suddenly someone in front of them blocking their path, and their eyes met directly with his. It was obvious that the person was coming for him, and he could not help but frown. Why is it so troublesome to enter the city recently? If they are not looking for trouble, then they are blocking the way. Who are you? Why are you sneaking into the city with your people? It was a teenager who looked like he was only in his teens. He was wearing armor that did not fit him well. He was still adjusting it when he spoke to them, as if he had just put it on. He was looking up at Yun Nuashing and the others. His gaze swept across the huge black cloak on Yun Nuashing's back, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Yun Nuashing looked at him. Although he looked like a teenager, he was just like the young chief who looked very young. In fact, he was a high-level origin powerhouse. Yun Nuashing did not know why he had suddenly blocked their path. What? Do we have to look at one's identity to enter this place? Yun Nuashing said casually. She moved her black robe discreetly and wrapped Frost even more impeccable. If that's the case, who are you? Are you qualified to step into this city? You're saying that I'm not qualified. The teenager raised his eyebrows, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yun Nuashing. His slender palm contained a powerful force as it slammed toward Yun Nuashing. Boom! A powerful energy explosion suddenly exploded in front of the city gate. Those who had noticed the commotion but did not pay much attention to it immediately stopped in their tracks and looked over. When the energy dissipated, they saw that the slender palm was stopped a foot in front of Yun Nuashing's face. Then it could not move an inch further. Behind the fair palm was Yun Nuashing's evil dark red eyes. His body contained enough energy to press the void into nothingness. Get lost! Yun Nuashing fiercely glared, and a violent energy emitted a weak might. It casually exploded, and the young man was sent flying dozens of meters away. This caused the young man's expression to change slightly. He did not expect that this attack would not achieve either of his goals. Just as he was about to charge forward again, a fierce shout suddenly came from the city gate, causing the young man's body to stiffen. Jingheng, come back! The teenager smacked his lips in annoyance. He stood still with his arms crossed and muttered to himself. After a while, a young man suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed the back of his collar. The person who had just arrived was dressed in blue and wore a blue hat. His face was delicate, and he gave off a serious vibe. At first glance, he looked gentle, but there was a trace of fierceness in his eyes. After the young man appeared, he grabbed the teenager's collar and slammed him on the head. Then he pressed the teenager's head and apologized to Yun Nuashing and the others. I'm sorry. Jingheng only knows how to cultivate and has never been disciplined. He doesn't know the rules. I'm Jingju. If you have any requests, feel free to tell us. I hope that you can forgive him this once. Forgive what? Isn't it just... Ow. Senior brother, why did you hit me again? Ow. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and stared at the two brothers. Jingju's words were sincere, and he didn't think of anything else. However, Jingheng seemed to have many strange thoughts in his mind, which made him a little unhappy. However, he didn't bother to argue with them. He just walked past them with his people and said, "Keep an eye on your people. Next time." Oh, there won't be a next time. He was in a good mood today, so he didn't bother to pay attention to this kind of thing. Thank you for your mercy. Jingju nodded and cupped his hands toward Yun Nuashing and the others. He flicked his sleeves and dragged the teenager back. The latter was still shouting and yelling, Ow! Senior brother, you can't do whatever you want just because. You are powerful. Aren't you just 10 million years older than me? Ow! Senior brother, there is definitely something wrong with those two people. They are either the black ghost on the punishment list or the fallen immortal on the judgment list. Otherwise, they are the little lost in the divine court. Woof! Shut up. You've embarrassed yourself enough. You've found the wrong 20 people. You've made our starry sky apologize to them. This time, we'll take you back and suppress you. You won't be released until 200 million years later. The people in front of the gate were speechless. When he mentioned the two people in front, it was still okay, but when he said the last sentence, Yun Nuashing and the others couldn't help but shrink their necks. This was really what that young man said. But it didn't matter. The most important thing now was to stay calm and not let the people on the street see any signs. The people from the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect are also here. The little guy, just now, seems to be the most eye-catching little guy in the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect recently. He seems to be the only one named Jingheng. The one who called himself Jingju just now is probably the senior brother of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect. They don't seem to be very far from the peak of the Source Realm. I just don't know if the sect leader of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect will show up this time. TSK, the ruins are such a big event that even the leaders of some of the Void Giants would come in person. Every time, they would bring a group of people. This time will definitely be no exception. Let's wait and see. Now that such a big event has happened in this space, they might all show up later. But I'm more curious about that group of people. Have you seen them before? No, I've never heard of a force being controlled by a group of girls. But is it really okay to bring such weak people here? Plus, there's that guy who doesn't show up and has an abnormal aura. If we provoke him, I'm afraid we'll be in a lot of trouble. Could it really be the three people that Jingheng said? Show, don't talk, don't listen. Let's go into the city. After listening to a series of words, Gu Zhongming knew that Yun Nuashing and the others didn't know anything, so he explained to them, the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect is the same as the Divine Court and the Soul Crossing Academy. It's an overlord of this void territory. However, it's different from the other two overlords. It's said that the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect has something that can rival it other than the Star Spirit Spring. Their influence is slightly greater than the other overlords. In recent years, the people who came from there are also quite powerful. Ning Fei thought of something and said, when we were fighting for the Star Spirit Spring, we had a fight with someone from the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect. But it only took 2 moves. Ah, right, one of the 2 overlords that you let go is from the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect. The other one is from the Palace of Punishment. The list of punishment that Jingheng mentioned just now is something that they made. Those with names on the list either have a grudge against them or are werewolves who have caused trouble in their area. I haven't seen them yet, but judging from the conversation here, they shouldn't be absent. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and said, I don't really care about that. I just want to know if they will block the way. Yu Qi pondered for a while and said slowly, judging from what we are going to do now, they shouldn't block the way. Everyone has to work together to help. Otherwise, no one will benefit in the end. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and said, But you may be an exception. The overlords of the void were basically equal in strength. There might be a slight difference in strength between the upper, middle, and lower levels, but there was not much difference between the peak levels. The overlords were all at the peak level of origin. Those guys from the Palace of Punishment and the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect can probably touch the realm of Yuanshi. I just don't know if it will be so smooth. That realm has rejected countless people. It has been 51 eras now, but no one has entered the realm of Yuanshi. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Not only those 2 families, but also all the peak level of origin of the other families can't squeeze into that realm. I heard that there is something in the deepest part of the ruins that can help people of that realm find the path of Yuanshi. I don't know if it's true or not, so I don't think too much. Let's not talk about whether that mysterious thing exists or not. Anyway, even if it does exist in the deepest part of this space, no one will know. How can that person enter that place before everyone else? If so, why hasn't a Yuanshi god appeared yet? That's just a rumor. That's true. As soon as they entered the city, information would enter their ears. They had to listen even if they didn't want to. In the process, Yun Nuashing and the others obtained a lot of precious information. For example, the trivial matters of this void region. It seems that the isolation of this void region is really strong. Yun Nuashing whispered to the person beside her in her soul. Even the imprint of the two of them entering the realm of Yuanshi did not spread here. It's not normal. Min's reply was short and direct. What realm of Yuanshi? Gu Zhongming picked his ears and suddenly widened his eyes. It can't be what I think it is, right? It's what you think. There are two guys in our void region who entered the realm of Yuanshi. Two in the long 11 eras. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Dao Tian stretched out his slender finger and poked Yun Nuashing's cheek a few times. One was killed by him, and the other was his close friend, Gu Zhongming and the others. Their brains were overloaded with information. Gu Zhongming and the other souls were in a state of serious injury. They could not think. Their minds were filled with realm of Yuanshi, killed, and no. Even when they were dragged to the center of the city, they still could not recover. What really made them come back to their senses were the gazes that were cast at them from all directions. Those gazes were filled with suspicion, wild thoughts, and inexplicable meanings. News of what happened at the city gate just now has spread here. Yu Qi pricked up his ears and listened for a while. After a while, he sighed helplessly. I'll leave for a while to meet those old friends. You guys go ahead. Don't wait for me. If there's anything, contact me through your soul. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed as he walked towards the other side of the city. His face was full of reluctance, but he had no choice but to go. It seemed like he had received a grand invitation. According to him, it was probably someone who had used a mysterious method to stay in this space like him. I didn't see any familiar faces. Ning Fei shook his head, his gaze darting back and forth between the palaces and pavilions in the city. There were many people with terrifying strength standing on the tall buildings. They were very powerful. If it was before, he felt that he would be very interested in seeing these people, and at the same time, secretly compete with them. He would compete with them by a whole realm earlier, and then cry with Halcyon. Perhaps it was a little exaggerated, but that was what he meant. Although there wasn't such a grand occasion the last time I was here, there were similar events. At that time, there are also many powerful people appearing. It's just that Gu Zhongming glanced at the people beside him as he spoke. He didn't know what expression to make. I suddenly feel like there's nothing to see here. Yes. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the street in front of Yun Nuashing. The ground that was built by the power of the natural order and the power of the natural order cracked. Colorful energy gushed out from the cracks like a fountain. In an instant, the street was brightly illuminated. Everyone on the street was shocked. Countless people in the palaces and pavilions on both sides of the street turned to look. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. She wanted to say something directly. Suddenly, she held back. She said in her soul, "My body is not in the late stage yet, right?" Jing Yuanji smiled awkwardly. She awkwardly patted Lord Feng, who was staggering. Since they came to this void, they seemed to be blocked by people. In a short period of time, they were blocked 3 times. And each time, it was the kind that came knocking on their door. They had been very low-key, ever, since they came to this area. How could they always get into trouble? Could it be that the will of the great Yuan realm forced the origin life to collide with it? That inexplicably strengthened the power of the natural order, and then caused a group of people to take turns to appear on the scene? Are you people from the celestial sect of Nier? Or are you people from the mysterious Heartsea? The person who came was holding a golden red halberd with a curved blade that looked like a giant sickle. It was more than 2 meters long, and it was slanted towards the ground. It was a tall young man. He was wearing golden armor and a golden robe. He looked like a god of war. His eyes were filled with divine light, and countless people who saw it felt very painful. Phew! Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Then she calmly exhaled. She took another deep breath. Min glanced at him and took a step forward. 9 layers and 7 transformations. Blocking the way. Who do you think you are? The young man's body was emitting a brilliant golden light. It was as if he came by stepping on the natural order and rules. He glanced at Min and stomped the halberd in his hand on the ground. Ju, who are you? It's none of your business, Min replied coldly. Everyone, at this moment, the people on the street were really stunned. As soon as they heard the name Ju, they all knew who he was. Some exclamations and discussions came from every corner. This person comes from a very powerful void area. In his early years, he often caused trouble in other people's worlds. He was once on the criminal and punishment list and the fallen immortal list of the celestial sect of Nier. He is a ruthless person. However, after that, the 3 parties had a big fight. No one knows what the result was. They only know that the 2 overlords removed him from the list. The result is probably, well, Ge Zhongming said in a low voice, perfectly performing his role as a tour guide. Ning Fei also thought of something and added, by the way, I heard that he was fighting all over the world because he was looking for some special items, which seemed to be the carriers of some rather special rules and orders. Some rather powerful forces had such items, and he had snatched them all by himself with his halberd. Now that he's here, maybe. It doesn't matter. I don't need to know who you are. The young man named Ju stabbed the halberd on the ground and took out a bag from something in his arms. Then he threw it in the space in front of Yun Nuoxing and the others. He pointed at Yun Nuoxing and said, I'll give you the thing. Leave it. Crack. Jing Yuanji clearly saw a blue vein on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Her face was bright and glorious before the end of the world. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but cover her face and hold her forehead. She muttered in her heart, Master Feng's physique has been strengthened a lot after mixing with the origin life. Except for the first time, because those people didn't know how to open their eyes. The other 2 people who blocked their way were coming for frost. Jing Yuanji and Min looked at each other. Both of them sighed silently and began to gather energy. It was almost time to start the rescue. Well, to save the city. Chapter 1542. From the very beginning, Yun Nuoxing knew that Frost's existence was a problem. She was an imperfect life form that lacked self-constructed laws. He could not hold her in his hand, put her in a box, and he could not just leave her to the side. She was far more fragile than what Jing Yuanji and the others had imagined. Yun Nuoxing only carefully supported her as they walked forward. He knew about the problems and hidden problems, but he did not pay too much attention to them. Although he hated trouble, there were some things that just had to be done to cause trouble. He was not afraid of anything because of this. Robbing someone on the street. To think that Ju was a peak reciprocity being, yet he could do something so shameless. Ugh. But it was true that many times the more powerful a life form was, the less they cared and the less they cared. This Ju was probably the same kind of person. In the hearts of people like them, there was probably nothing else they cared about apart from cultivation and breakthroughs. Naturally, they would not be ashamed to do something so embarrassing. Ju was shameless, but Yun Nuoxing was not. He sucked in a deep breath with a sunken face and slapped away the bag that was floating in front of him. He pointed to the side and said, If you want a joke, please go around us and turn left. If I'm not familiar with you, please don't strike up a conversation. Yep, at least he was patient. He felt that his temper had improved a lot. He just did not know what Ju was thinking. He really could not be bothered to get involved in any trouble. I never joke. Ju pulled out his halberd and slapped the bag towards Yun Nuoxing. He charged towards Yun Nuoxing with both hands. Shocking light of energy flowed through his eyes, and he charged towards Yun Nuoxing in an instant. The weapon in his hand produced a deafening sound. Strange phenomena filled with endless energy appeared in the space, falling towards Yun Nuoxing with the power to tear apart laws and melt order. If you don't come, I'll take it myself. A dark red light flashed through Yun Nuoxing's black eyes. He held the dark, red, destructive energy in his hands. But he hesitated at the last moment. He hesitated for a moment, and then he casually condensed the energy of order, turning it into a sword and swinging it down. Boom! The pure white long sword erupted with an energy radiance that casually tore apart the countless images of Een Candle. He held the long sword in one hand, and in an instant he slashed out hundreds of thousands of times. The afterimages and the real body merged into one, and the dazzling energy sword radiance gushed out in less than a breath of time. A 10,000-mile tall silver-white wave suddenly gushed out from the front, causing Een Zhu, who was about to perform another move, to stop abruptly. He swung his halberd like a windmill, leaving countless afterimages around him. Each afterimage was stronger than the previous one. It was as if there were countless halberds swinging around him like the wind, tearing apart Yun Nuoxing's sword energy inch by inch, then throwing the remaining energy to other places. The moment the battle began, Jing Yuanji pulled Siyu and the other girls away from the battle. Min, Gezhongming, and the others retreated to the side lightly. The former looked at Een Zhu, who was bravely charging forward, and watched as he disintegrated Yun Nuoxing's casual attack bit by bit. She couldn't help but say, Lord Feng went easy on him. He let go of the sea of void. Min nodded. There was a trace of confusion in his cold voice. Why? Is there a potential threat? It shouldn't be. I don't know what Lord Feng is thinking either. I can only say that he should have his own considerations. Jing Yuanji tilted her head in confusion. According to Lord Feng's personality, he should have directly slapped Een Zhu and the large city in front of him into the void. They had just prepared to save the city, but in the end, Lord Feng went easy on him. Bang! It didn't take long for the pure white wave to be torn into pieces by Een Zhu. With a roar, he pounced towards Yun Nuoxing with his halberd in hand like a human-shaped beast. The gleaming weapon was pointed straight at Yun Nuoxing's chest. Even though he disintegrated the enormous energy, his attack wasn't affected in the slightest. As the halberd flashed, the space and the void seemed to be locked down. A violent collision that shook the void suddenly sounded on this street. Countless pavilions and palaces within 1,000 feet on both sides were pierced through by the might of the halberd. The ground 10 feet behind Yun Nuoxing to 10,000 feet away was torn open, and the power of rules leaked out like a reverse waterfall. A large group of figures suddenly flickered and appeared in the sky. They all had their hands behind their backs as they looked down at the battle below. They were all people who had been watching the show from the destroyed buildings on both sides. Now that the scene was destroyed, they floated out. Many people noticed Een Zhu's attack just now and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The series of attacks just now were swift and violent, especially the last one, when the energy light below disappeared. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes and saw the 2-meter-long halberd in front of Yun Nuoxing's chest. It seemed to be less than a millimeter away from the latter's chest. But it was this distance that could be easily crossed that Een Zhu couldn't cross no matter how hard he tried. A strange look flashed across Een Zhu's eyes. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Yun Nuoxing's deep, dark red eyes. He suddenly turned around, grabbed the halberd, and spun in a circle. Then the long spear stabbed at the target in front of him like a storm. The spear rain contained countless flickering black energy, and many energy anomalies appeared in the void. Then they bombarded the area he was focusing his fire on. The violent energy vibrations caused the people on the other side of the city to feel it. Buzz! The smoke and the light of energy were suddenly torn apart by a powerful energy. The string of torrential rain that was stabbed tens of thousands of times in a second was suddenly torn apart by a pure white light. The halberd instantly turned into a long stick and stabbed out. The broken pieces scattered all over the sky. Before Een Zhu could stop his continuous stabbing, he saw a black figure dashing out from the space where the afterimages and energy blended together. His eyes that were flashing with dark red light were filled with impatience and irritation. He had one hand behind him, and the other hand was holding a pure white long sword condensed by the power of order. His body was like a ghost as he approached Inju. At this moment, the entire vision slowed down by a lot. The pure white, great sword that carried an unimaginable amount of energy gently floated down. An explosion that shook the void. A long river of pure white energy suddenly burst out from the street like a surging wave, sweeping away all the visions and other energy lights that surrounded the place. The sudden burst of energy caused the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Just the aftermath of that energy made many people tremble in fear and unable to move. That wave carried the power to destroy the void and rush to the other side of the big city. In a short moment, the streets suddenly lit up with countless energy lights. The power of divine runes and divine rites were emitted from the streets and some corners of the city, as if they wanted to stop the energy tide. Then a series of exclamations suddenly sounded in the city. Countless people watched as the energy tide rushed to the edge of the big city without any obstruction, broke through the city walls and rushed out, bringing with it an immeasurable amount of the power of order. Even the city itself dimmed a lot. Ah, crap, I forgot about it. Jing Yuanji exclaimed and covered her face with her lily-white hands. She was so engrossed in watching the show that she actually forgot to stop Lord Feng's attack. They were still accumulating energy at this moment. Yeah, I forgot. Min nodded as well. See, you looked left and right and saw the faint smile on the two women's faces. Although Min had always been cold, see, you also discovered after observing her for a while that, although this woman with facial paralysis looked extremely cold, she also had feelings. However, she usually didn't show them. Just like now, she only had a smile that was no more than 1 millimeter. She looked at the two of them and could not help but roll her eyes. I just feel like you two did it on purpose. No. I really did forget on purpose. Jing Yuanji smiled sweetly. She smiled very calmly. Min nodded emotionlessly to the side. Yeah, I did it on purpose. Everyone. She really did do it on purpose. However, if she really said it out loud, it would be very infuriating. Suddenly being picked on and treated like a monkey on the street was indeed very annoying. The light on the street dispersed. Yun Nuashing maintained her posture of sheathing her sword, but Inju was nowhere to be seen. Quite a few people were stunned. That attack earlier was powerful, but it should not have been enough to reduce a peak reciprocity expert to dust. Not far away, on the ground that had already turned into ashes, a figure suddenly crawled up from the ground, patting the torn robes on his body as if nothing had happened. The right hand that was holding the halberd now only had a stick left, and it had also turned into ashes. It was Inju himself. He looked a little disheveled, but in fact, he did not suffer any injuries. His aura was just a little chaotic. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and calmly said, "My skills are not as good as yours. We will fight another day. Farewell." With that, Inju turned around and left. The power of laws and order spread out from his feet, forming a path in the sky. He vanished into the depths of outer space in a single moment, as if he did not even care about why he had come to the city. Yun Nuashing glanced at the person who had left and sucked in a deep breath. What's wrong with him? Jing Yuanji brought her people over from the side. She glanced at the experts floating in the sky before turning to Gu Zhongming. Let's find a quieter place. I don't want people to watch us like monkeys. Gu Zhongming nodded and looked in a certain direction. It's said that the people who come here will all gather there in the end. Let's go over first. Mr. Feng has already displayed such strength, so no one should cause any trouble, at least for now. Yun Nuashing raised his eyes and looked at the city next to him. It was a pavilion. He had never seen it before, but its general structure was not far from the pavilions he knew. The pavilion was a little tall. It was the kind of height that was visually tall. It was as if a pavilion had been pulled up in front of him. Its structure was still stable, but it had been stretched out like a rubber band. There were many images of various life forms carved on the walls of the pavilion. A humanoid life form that was 7 feet tall, a humanoid life form with a scorpion tail, and all kinds of strange monsters. They seemed to be exotic beasts or exotic beasts with a humanoid body. There were also some images of pure human life forms carved on it, but their faces were blurred. He could only roughly make out their figures and clothes. I just heard that there's a saying about this pavilion. Maybe it has actually appeared in this void area a few times, but we only saw it with our naked eyes. Some people said that the pavilion is bare and ugly, and they don't know why it was deliberately built to be slanted. Ge Zhongming led his people and walked forward as he spoke. Bare? Slanted? Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped and looked at the pavilion with a strange expression. That's how it looks in your eyes? He turned his eyes to Jing Yuanji and Min. The latter said faintly, "Off topic, there's no coding." "Lord Feng, what did you see?" Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and switched several types of energy. In the end, he even used part of his origin energy to stare at the pavilion that was pulled up. "Oh, it's nothing. I thought it was something big. It's just some special way of drawing in the rules. The center of this city is that building. It's purely built with the power of the rules. This city is automatically absorbing the power of the rules in this space. It's probably pulling in someone's brand." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand casually and said, "The last thing that the war ruins lack is the brand of the rules of life. So, that building is actually engraved with the blurry images of countless lives. If it's seriously damaged, its original appearance will definitely not come out." Min glanced at him. "Why is your vision different from ours?" "I'm the observer." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and replied matter-of-factly. "The observer's vision and perception are difficult to be blocked. Moreover, I also have the origin energy. My vision is basically different from everyone in some special situations. I can see the essence more directly. I rely on this pair of eyes to make a living." In the sky above the destroyed street, Yu Qi stood with a few other youths with a gloomy face. They were looking at Yun Nuoxing and the others who were leaving. One of the youths beside him suddenly said, "What's wrong? Is that the group that scared you?" Yu Qi glared at him and replied coldly, "It's none of your business." After that, he turned to look at the others and said, "I advise you to keep your eyes open. Don't come over if there's nothing. Some people and some things are not for you to touch." "TSK, TSK, TSK. Yu Qi, oh Yu Qi, you're really regressing." A slightly frivolous youth chuckled. "It's been so long and you're already speaking for your new master? Have you forgotten about your past? You, shut up." Yu Qi glared at him. The energy in his body was surging as if it would burst out at any time. "Do you believe that I won't kill you? Oh, that's so scary." The frivolous youth was so happy that his shoulders trembled. He did not take Yu Qi's threat to heart at all. "We've been fighting all these years, and you've never been able to kill me. On the contrary, last time, I heard that you were beaten half to death by another guy." Yu Qi looked at him coldly. He snorted and ignored him. He turned and walked towards Yun Nuoxing and the others. "That's all I have to say. It's up to you if you don't want to listen. If there's a conflict, I won't care about you guys." The few of them were the ones who stayed in the ruins the last time. They were old rivals, old foes. They had been going back and forth for hundreds of thousands of years, so they could be considered as old friends. There was still a little bit of sympathy between them, but they were still rivals, so it was impossible for them to care too much about each other. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter." The frivolous youth put his hands in his pockets as he watched Yu Qi slowly walk away. He then pulled his hands out and shrugged at the others. "Well, one of our friends has run away. You guys run really fast too." When he turned around and started to talk, the others had also left without saying a word. A strange look flashed in the frivolous youth's eyes. He shook his head and laughed secretly. He did not care about anything. His gaze swept across the bare and straight pavilion. He then glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others who were about to walk in. He left without looking back. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the pavilion. The arrival of Yun Nuashing and his group attracted the attention of many people. In the battle just now, 80% of the eyes in the big city were focused on that side. At this moment, naturally, there was no one who did not know who this group of people was. Immediately, they all cast interested gazes. Some of the gazes were obscure, some were direct, some were like knives that swept across them inch by inch, and some were gazes that harbored ill intentions. These people thought that they had hidden it well, but they did not know that Yun Nuashing had already remembered the source of all these gazes. Many of the living beings in the pavilion were wary of each other. They sat at a distance from each other, as if they were on guard against each other. Those who were gathered together were huddled in the corners of the tall building. There were also those who were carelessly squeezing to the edge and looking down. Many of them were looking down, but it was unknown what they were thinking. This place was quite spacious. Many strange beasts did not have any scruples. They just sat down in the middle of a building with their huge bodies. There seemed to be the power of rules and the power of space surging in this pavilion. The space here was much larger than what she had seen with her own eyes. The people gathered here were all powerful beings in this region of the void. They were the most outstanding ones, and their actions were more or less unscrupulous. When they talked, they didn't try to avoid anything. The people on the third floor would often attract the attention of some people on the fourth floor. Sometimes their faces would turn green, and sometimes some people would show anger. It was probably because they talked about something unpleasant in front of them. It's happening again. This time I must, Jingheng. If you run around again, you can forget about leaving the immortal sect for the rest of your life. A small voice mixed with an exasperated roar exploded from the corner. Some people turned their gazes. Yun Nuashing and the others also looked over. Then they saw that the youth named Jingheng was knocked to the ground by his senior brother and fainted. Yun Nuashing could not help but roll her eyes. He's human, but he doesn't look like one. But with this form he should be human. He looks okay. I wonder how he tastes. He caused a big ruckus in the city. He looks very powerful. I wonder where he came from. Could he be someone from one of the ancient void regions? The voices in the pavilion were really unrestrained, since they had just caused a big ruckus in the city. And now they came to this pavilion that seemed to be the center of the city. The topic of conversation was pointed at Yun Nuashing and the others. However, they did not pay too much attention to it. They went straight to a quieter place and sat down. Phew, I'm back. You guys caused quite a ruckus. Not long after he sat down, Yu Qi, with a gloomy face, pulled a chair to the side and sat down. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at his angry appearance and were a little curious. What, you were called by an old friend and left on bad terms in the end? Yu Qi showed a mixed expression of a bitter smile and annoyance. He nodded unhappily. Something happened, never mind. Let's not talk about them. Although I went to meet a few annoying people, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Yun Nuashing and the others immediately sat up straight. They rubbed their faces and ears and took a sip of tea. Then they looked at Yu Qi in unison, ready to listen. It's not that serious. Yu Qi smiled bitterly. After a while, he collected his expression and said seriously, One is the gathering of the big cities this time. I heard that this city, created by the power of laws, was created by the cooperation of the Soul Fairy Academy and a few other families. They were discussing something here. It seems that they found a way to reach the depths of the ruins, to a space that was not open this time. The other is... Yu Qi paused and looked at Yun Nuashing. They found the guy who intercepted them, halfway. That guy is being chased by a few overlords in the void. He's the guy I told you about last time who broke into the ruins halfway. He's a very dangerous person. Seeing that everyone was still looking at him, Yuchi scratched his head and spread his hands. That's it. It's about those old friends of mine. Although they make me sick, the information is reliable. Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and thought for a while. Then, she took another sip of tea and thought for a while more. Then, she looked at Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji blinked and pondered for a moment. Then she smiled and nodded. Yes, everyone. Were these two guys talking about encrypted content in front of them? Chapter 1543. In the corner of the pavilion, Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji were exchanging flirtatious glances. Yun Nuashing winked and pouted at her, and the latter would show a pondering expression. After a while, she would gently nod or shake her head. Then, she would throw a flirtatious glance at Yun Nuashing. This time, it was his turn to think. After a while, he held his chin and shook his head, sighing softly. Everyone watching the whole process. These two guys were stirring up trouble. They didn't even use their soul power. Now, they were even winking at each other. They were probably talking about the secret of the Yuan realm's creation. How could two peak origin experts talk like this when they were together? Even if it was to keep it a secret, there must be other ways. Speaking of which, what were they talking about? Their hearts were itching. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Yes. Jing Yuanji thought and nodded. Yes. Minzwa looked around. After a while, he said with a cold face, Would it kill you to talk properly? Talk privately? Yun Nuashing smiled and scratched his head. Jing Yuanji blushed slightly and shook her head. Lord Feng is discussing with me about this pavilion. There are many hostile gazes in the dark, and many of them are looking at Shuang. Jing Hung stirred things up a bit. So many people are guessing her identity. There are too few targets to choose from. Lord Feng is worried that there will be trouble later, so he is discussing with me how to get rid of everyone in this pavilion. Oh, everyone leaned back slightly and nodded. Then Yuchi asked, So, what's the result? Jing Yuanji pinched the blue crystal pendant hanging from her earlobe and said, Lord Feng plans to clear the place in one go. No one will be left. Everyone was shocked by this and turned their heads. They just happened to see Yun Nuashing shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands. They were dumbfounded and pointed at him. Oh. Yun Nuashing looked and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Yuan Kong immediately went berserk. He slammed the table and stood up in his soul. He roared at Yun Nuashing and the others. Can't you talk properly? I don't want to randomly guess and write my own lyrics. Everyone scratched their heads awkwardly and inadvertently glanced at the giggling Yun Nuashing. This was all because of his influence. She learned from him and applied it flexibly. Moreover, they could even communicate like this. It was really quite amazing. That's right, they had just completed a communication. The general idea was that they had extended from destroying the pavilion to destroying the entire city. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips and finally returned to normal. The lack of Frost's structural rules is a very serious problem. First, she can't guarantee her integrity. Second, she can't hide her presence like this. The loophole is really a hole, leaking a considerable amount of energy and the power of the rules to the outside at every moment. If not for her high level and unique existence, with the speed of the flow of the rules leaking, let alone the peak of origin, even the peak of origin would not be able to hold on for long before losing their affinity with the rules. Then it would be difficult for them to mobilize the power of the rules, and their path would have come to an end. Because of the existence of the loophole, I dare not simply touch her with the power of the rules. I can only carefully wrap her in a circle like this. In the eyes of others, I may be carrying something in the shape of a person, such as a creation with powerful power of the rules, a puppet or a carrier of the rules. However, I can't rule out the possibility that some people can recognize the presence of life entangled in the rules on her. However, most of them may think that she is a complicated and powerful life form that is entangled with the rules, leaking a slightly chaotic presence due to the problems on the level of the rules and concepts. After Yun Nuashing and the others finished their conversation, a person suddenly walked to their table. The tall figure cast a shadow on the table, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to stop talking and turn their heads. They saw a young man in a slightly damaged blue light armor walk to their table. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others and said casually, "Have you seen the group from the Dongxing clan?" "Which group?" Yun Nuashing replied casually. He still remembered this guy, who was somewhat related to those annoying people. His name was Dragon Bones. Dragon Bones said, "They have a conflict with you." Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said, "They are dead. I did it. If you have any opinions, just say it. Whether I listen or not is another matter." Dragon Bones heard him and looked at him quietly. After standing there for a moment, he nodded and turned around to leave. "Aren't you here to avenge them?" Yun Nuashing looked at him casually, a silver light flashing in his eyes. Dragon Bones stopped in his tracks. He did not turn around and only tilted his head and replied, "I am not that familiar with them. We have only met a few times before, and I am grateful for leading the way. Those few times of help are enough to repay the debt. Other than that, there is no need for me to protect them. That's all. I won't do anything, but the others will. The people from the Dongxing clan have been watching you. They know that I have met them, so they came to look for me. I came to look for you all just to ask for an answer." Dragon Bones walked back to where he came from. There was no aura or fighting spirit on his body. It seemed that he was really just here to ask. However, from what he said, boom! Suddenly, a golden flash exploded on the top floor of the pavilion. It was like a rolling thunder falling from above. A figure appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. A huge hand dyed with terrible golden divine runes reached forward. The power of divinity and divine right surged. The vast aura suddenly made the pavilion dead silent. Those who were close to Yun Nuashing and the others hurriedly flicked their sleeves and condensed an energy barrier or hurriedly retreated. The golden divine runes contained the power of a sure kill. Yun Nuashing had already felt a hostile gaze when Dragon Bones came over. He had been on guard for a long time. Now that he saw that the person directly attacked, his eyes turned cold in an instant. Dark red destructive energy surged out. "Go away!" Jing Yuanji suddenly shouted. The bright power of the precepts of space condensed into a transparent seal. There were many divine runes engraved on it. The chaotic power of space appeared like a whirlpool, disturbing the space and the void. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched when he saw this. Why did this thing look so much like a brick? Could it be that she was affected by him again? The seal of this colossal brick rushed toward the golden figure with a heart-palpitating power. The energy that burst out in an instant stunned the golden figure. Without any hesitation, he attacked with a lot more strength. The aura of his whole body rose to the extreme, and he pressed forward with his claw. The two energies that were exerted to the extreme exploded together with the collision of the giant claw and the huge brick. There was a roar of the precepts collapsing, and the golden figure flew backward with broken energy. His entire arm exploded along the way, turning into a thick cloud of blood mist with broken bones surrounding him. He hit his head on the pillar of the pavilion and fainted. Jing Yuanji stood tall, and her slender figure was surging with energy that made many people in the pavilion tremble. Many people's eyes flickered as they exchanged glances. Previously, they had only noticed the battle on Yun Nua planet on the street and listed her as a dangerous target. They did not expect that even the person who followed her was so terrifying. Jing Yuanji casually flicked her sleeves and looked at the fainted guy embedded in the pillar. She looked up at the people of the Dongxing clan and said coldly, "This is just a warning. Next time." "Oh, there won't be a next time." Everyone present stared at this group of people sternly. Many people whispered to each other, as if they were secretly exchanging information and guessing the identities of this group of people. This group of people They had not seen through them yet, but from the strength that Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji did not seem to be their full strength, they should not be nameless people. However, they had never seen a group of people with such characteristics in this region of space. Nameless scoundrels. How impressive. But today, we really can't allow you to behave so atrociously in this ancient city. Countless lives in this region of space have gathered here. Do you want to cause trouble here? The sinister voice contained a sliver of a cold smile. A short young man walked down from upstairs with his hands behind his back. He had a faint smile on his slightly chubby face. His vague presence revealed to everyone that he was a peak reciprocity expert. And, yep, this presence did not belong to a human. You're still wet behind the ears. Piss off, brat. Min Gang Gang had been watching quietly the entire time. Now he suddenly stood up and a violent presence ripped the chair he sat on from the ground. His presence that belonged to the pinnacle of origin energy surged out with the presence of space and nothingness, sweeping through the entire pavilion like a storm. Many people became stunned by this. There were actually 2 peak reciprocity experts. The young man's face changed slightly. An emerald presence flowed around him, blocking the corrosion of the power of space. He looked at Min in confusion. His words had been directed at Yun Nuashing, so for some reason he had ignited the barrel of explosives on the side. However, it did not matter. They were all on the same side anyway, so it did not matter who blew it up. As for peak reciprocity experts, it was not like they did not have one. Humph. Do you really think you're the only ones with people like that? When the space began to tremble because of Min's presence, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind the young man like ghosts. The 2 of them took a step forward, and their vast presence surged without backing down at all. However, it took the 2 of them together to resist Min's presence. This caused their expressions to change slightly, and their eyes were filled with solemnity. They were both peak reciprocity experts, but there was still a little gap between them. Yun Nuashing was still sitting on the chair, the back of her hand supporting her cheek, and the other hand playing with the cup in her hand in boredom. She stretched lazily. Jing Yuanji and Min could take care of them. No, in fact, Jing Yuanji could take care of them alone. The power and laws of the realm of the gods. The title of the #1 major world was not for nothing. They had been fighting in the void all year round, and had even fought the most terrifying enemies of the entire void on the front lines for 100 million years, and would continue to fight in the future. How could these ordinary peak reciprocity experts compare to them? Everyone, please stop for a moment. At the moment when the tense atmosphere was about to collapse, a voice suddenly came from the entrance of the pavilion, causing several people who were confronting each other to look away. However, they did not intend to withdraw their presence. At the door, a group of people pushed open the door and entered. The group of people with extraordinary presence attracted the attention of the entire pavilion as soon as they appeared. Many people's expressions changed slightly as they recognized the people who had entered the pavilion. The people in charge of the Soul Crossing Academy, the Celestial Court, the Celestial Sect of Linxian, and a few others have finally arrived. Phew, looks like there's no need to fight. I haven't rested much after running around for a day. Walking at the front, a young man with short black hair and a cloak draped over one shoulder looked at Jing Yuanji and the others in the square. There was a faint smile in his black eyes. We've all come for that layer of space. Why do we have to fight here? Why don't we all take a step back for my sake? Everyone, don't be in a hurry to fight. When the time is right, there will naturally be a chance. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to be too calculative. Everyone who comes here should focus on enlightenment and enlightenment. Everything else should be compromised. Another person crossed his arms and said with a smile, seeing that the people in charge of the ancient city had come out to stop fighting, the young man could only wave his hand and ask his people to withdraw their presence. He glared at Yun Nuashing and the others, then flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. I'll spare your lives. Bang. Yun Nuashing suddenly stood up. The sound of the chair rubbing against the ground was unusually ear-piercing at this moment of silence. Countless people were stunned, including the people from the Soul Crossing Academy. They all looked at Yun Nuashing with some confusion in their eyes. They did not know why he did not move at all just now, and only reacted now. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the young man. In front of everyone, he slowly stretched out his left hand. With his palm facing up, he put his thumb and middle finger together and gently rubbed. A crisp snapping sound suddenly rang out, and some kind of energy fluctuation seemed to spread out from his fingers, causing countless people to be stunned. Their hearts inexplicably skipped a beat, and when they came back to their senses, the sound just now seemed like an illusion. Because nothing had happened, everyone looked around in a daze. There was no energy explosion as expected, and there was no movement. Some people sitting in the corner could not help but laugh out loud. At this moment, the young man and the other two, who had turned to leave, suddenly paused. In the next second, the three of them fell to the ground together. Dots of energy, light, gathered on the surface of their bodies, and then turned into a mass of dense light. A vast energy light rain suddenly appeared in the pavilion, and the sky was filled with energy light spots. The light circles circled and danced in the air, then dissipated, and countless light rain sprinkled down. The passing of origin energy is truly wonderful. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and grabbed a mass of light. He placed it in his palm and watched it disappear bit by bit. But within the brilliant light, there are countless dark colors mixed in. It's not interesting and it's useless. Everyone in the pavilion had already become stunned when they saw the dazzling rain of light. Now that they heard what he said, they became rather confused. They had no idea what had happened in that moment, where a peak reciprocity expert and two supreme reciprocity experts had vanished just like that. The young man with the cloak on one shoulder was stunned. A smear of anger appeared on his face as he stared at Yun Nuashing. He was extremely displeased that Yun Nuashing had treated his words like farts in front of everyone. Yun Nuashing suddenly turned his head and stared at him with his pure white eyes. The people beside him casually swept a glance around, and a smile that did not carry any temperature hung on his face. What do you think, right? Sometimes there are some things that you only need to know. It's not good to say it out loud. Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and poured the empty teacup onto the ground. A scarlet waterfall of blood appeared. The faint smile on his face was extremely evil. What do you all think? Everyone trembled violently when they heard that voice. They looked at each other. They did not know what had happened. The three people from the Dongxing sect had disappeared just like that. Yun Nuashing and the others had not given face to the Soul Fairy Academy. Hearing this, they knew that something was about to happen. The atmosphere was so tense that it could explode at any moment. However, no one crossed the line. The young man with the cloak on one shoulder from the Soul Fairy Academy frowned. He did not know what Yun Nuashing was talking about at all. However, he could feel that Yun Nuashing was pointing at them. He immediately felt very confused. They had met in person. That matter should have nothing to do with him, right? Yun Nuashing threw the cup in his hand vertically on the ground. His eyes widened slightly, and an inexplicable smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand and sat down. Jing Yuanji and Min looked at each other and sat down as well. They were also a little confused. They did not know why he suddenly acted strangely just now. The young man from the Soul Fairy Academy looked at the people standing one step behind him. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he casually shook his head and did not ask further. He waved his hand and restored the damaged parts of the pavilion to their original state. Then he lifted his foot and walked forward. It seems that everyone is quite energetic. His tone became much fainter. He had lost the enthusiasm he had when he first entered the door. Everyone could sense this. Everyone thought about something, but did not say anything. Since even the manager of the ancient city did not say anything, and now that Yun Nuashing and the others had sat down, there was naturally no need for them to do anything. If there was even the slightest mistake, the young man with the cloak on one shoulder would instantly go berserk. The people from the Soul Fairy Academy and the other Void overlords went to the top floor of the pavilion and began to announce about the space this time. The meaning was just as Yun Nuashing and the others had guessed. They wanted to gather forces to break through that layer of space. It was said that this time they would be able to go further and deeper. The place they were at now was just an intermission. The situation this time is very special. A large area of space is in an abnormal state. This space is the deepest part of the ruins that has been opened. The space passage we found is the only way to continue going deeper. If we want to go through it, it is completely impossible to do it alone. We have to gather a considerable amount of forces to go through it together. We will. Jing Yuanji lowered her head. Her neck hurt. She did not know if they deliberately made her seat so high, as if they wanted others to look up at her. It made her feel a little uncomfortable. It was better to turn her head and look at Lord Feng. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and drank his tea. He did not listen to the words of those people at all. Feeling her gaze, he could not help but tilt his head and look at her. What's wrong? Jing Yuanji shook her head. Yun Nuashing stared at her and blinked. What do you mean by what I said just now? Jing Yuanji was stunned. She wanted to shake her head to show that she was just looking at him. He opened his mouth and said faintly when the group of people appeared, "Those three guys communicated with someone. I did not know who they were communicating with, but I intercepted the voice transmission. It seemed that they wanted to use their position as void overlords to trouble us." The other side even agreed. "I hate trouble." Jing Yuanji let out a long "oh." So that was it. Then she frowned. "But we did not know many people when we came to this part of the void. Who would want to target us?" Yun Nuashing put down his teacup and looked at Frost, who was curled up and sitting next to him. He responded, "It's not Frost. It's just..." Gazhongming looked up. "The spring of star essence." Ning Fei nodded. "Many people know about this stuff. Those overlords will also look for it. Troublesome, really troublesome." Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. His physique was already troublesome enough. This area was full of people looking for trouble. Chapter 1544. Yun Nuashing listened indifferently as the conversation went in one ear and out the other. There was nothing worth paying attention to until the youth from the Soul, traversing Academy, mentioned something about a fragment that had something to do with the war ruins. Only then did Yun Nuashing perk up and look at Jing Yuanji and the rest. As expected, they all sat up straighter. The rest of the people in the pavilion who were listening to them were even more attentive. The opening time of the ruins is shorter than any other time. The space itself is filled with violent elements that cannot be calmed down. There should be a foreign object in the depths of this space that has affected this space that has been dormant for countless years. This is what we said before. Now we have glimpsed part of the truth. The foreign object does indeed exist in the depths of the space. It is in the depths of this space, and we have glimpsed it through a small spatial crack. It is a fragment that is entangled with the rules of a void region. It has some kind of magical power that is more powerful than any power that we have ever known. We suspect that the fragment itself is related to a void event, and it may have happened quite a long time ago. The youth in the one-shoulder cape waved his hands as he spoke. The other people standing beside him also spoke softly and added on from time to time. The duration of this space is not known, but according to past experience, the shorter the opening time, the less time we have left. Everyone is sitting here, and we all know why we are here, so let's not talk too much. That place is very dangerous, and even we can't break through it by ourselves. The space we have found this time may just be a passage to the next space. No one in this void region knows how far we are from the destination, let alone us. The only thing we can do is to go forward and explore, and never retreat until we reach the destination. The young man clenched his fists and his clear voice echoed throughout the pavilion. There was a sense of conviction in it. It's still not enough to rely on the strength of the few of us. The only chance is to combine everyone into a force and break through the layers of sealed spaces together. Of course, if you don't want to be here, you can ignore us. If you want to provide some information but don't want to break in together, you can exchange information with us. We found some pretty good places in these spaces, so it's not a problem if you want to exchange information with us. No matter what, we will not return empty-handed from this trip. After the youth in the one-shoulder cape finished speaking, there was a commotion in the pavilion. Many people looked at each other, and their eyes flashed as if they were calculating their own little abacus. Yun Nuashing could not help but shake his head. The youth's words were very pertinent and had a little bit of power. However, the life forms sitting here were all at the top of the hierarchy. Well, except for the people they brought with them. Those who could survive to this point in the void must have their own world and their own abacus. It was still unknown how much of an effect the words of this person from the Soul Fairy Academy would have. At the very least, it would not work for them. By the way, who are these people? Yun Nuashing suddenly asked. Seeing Yu Chi spit out water, he laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. I only know that they are from the few families in the void, but I have no idea who they are. Yu Chi took out a handkerchief and wiped the water off his face. Thinking about how they said they did not know anything about the void, and then seeing how Ge Zhongming and the others were calm as if they had expected this, he was no longer shocked. He cleared his throat and said, The one who spoke is the person in charge of the Soul Fairy Academy. It is the same for the other families. Yes, they have all come in person. They are not doppelgangers, energy carriers, or carriers of laws. They have come in person. Gu Zhongming grinned. So, Mr. Feng, you just stood up and brushed him off. That is why everyone is so quiet. Oh, Yun Nuashing nodded nonchalantly. He glanced at the few people and could not help but mutter, They are just a few people who have not left the mark of breaking through to the primeval realm. Ning Fei and the others automatically ignored this big shot snagging. They thought about the words of the young man from the Soul Fairy Academy. After thinking for a moment, Ning Fei said, It has always been a theory that a foreign object is stuck in the depths of the ruins. I did not expect it to be verified here. Some kind of fragment that contains a huge amount of law power, Ge Zhongming muttered. After a moment, he looked at Yu Chi. You have been wandering in this space for many years. Have you thought of anything? For example, have you seen something before? Yu Chi touched his gloomy face and shook his head. No, this space is the limit of what I can cross. No, maybe I have been to a deeper space before, but I have no way to distinguish it. I am not that lucky. I am not that lucky to see a crack in the deeper space. I am not that lucky to see what is in the deeper space through the crack. I am not that lucky to see what is in the deeper space. Yun Nuashing listened to his paranoid nagging and asked, You think there is a trap? I am not sure. Yu Chi shook his head and looked up at the leaders of the Void clans who were still talking about something. The atmosphere in the pavilion was slightly livelier as everyone was discussing what happened just now. Yu Chi lowered his head and took a sip of tea. If they dare to say this, then it must be true. But if they really want to say that it was luck or something like that, they can't lie. They must have found out about this through other means. Min looked up. They also have people in this space. Yu Chi nodded. Of course, but I don't know who it is. Aya, there are only a few hundred people in this space. I have seen most of them. It can't be. Actually, it is possible that they are in the part that I have not seen before. The voices in the pavilion gradually grew louder and louder. The families of the Crossing Soul Institute were discussing, and not long after, they left. Listening to the last words they said before leaving, it seemed like they had agreed on a time, which would be around a few hours later. We have a few hours to prepare. Do we need to prepare as well? Yu Chi tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuashing to ask for his opinion. Logically speaking, Since they heard this when they came here, they should know. Min Yu shook his head. Yu Qi was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yun Nuashing also looking at him. He said word by word, "We'll go by ourselves." A moment later, Yu Qi climbed up from under the table. He patted his messy robe and looked at Minyu with a confused expression. "What did you just say?" Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and said calmly, "We will go by ourselves. There's no need to gather with those people. It is troublesome, very troublesome." Yu Qi was speechless. Although he liked to enjoy working alone, the premise was that they had to be able to do it well. If the people from the Soul Fairy Academy could not do it, even if they worked together, they would only end up wasting their time if they joined forces. Actually, he wanted to say these words, but looking at Yun Nuashing's calm and indifferent look, he didn't know why he couldn't say it. There was a mysterious aura on his body, and he always felt that nothing could stop him. Min looked up at Yun Nuashing. His eyes reflected Yun Nuashing's face. He seemed to know what he was thinking. "Do you think those people can't go to the deepest space, even if they work together?" Yun Nuashing grinned and nodded gently. "I just said that not long ago. I don't know if you have forgotten. This is a 4th rank area." Everyone was stunned. They subconsciously poked at the magic circle in their souls. It was still operating stably, protecting them. Yun Nuashing looked at the pavilion with a faint smile. 4th rank, huh? This space has just completed the order transformation not long ago. Everywhere is not completely stable. There are still many unsafe, very unsafe places. Even people at the peak of origin can fall into those places if they are not careful. Moreover, the deeper you go into a space like this, the more unstable it becomes. I just took a look inside. The level of the space inside is higher, probably at level 7 or 8 of origin. There are 2 types of order there, and the power of the 4th order and the order level are still fighting for control there. The change of order in this war ruin is from the outside to the inside, and according to what we've discovered, the outermost circle is the space we're in right now. Even this space has 1/10 of it that's not completely stable. How stable do you think the inside will be? Yun Nuashing could not help but put his hand to his forehead and chuckled. The people here are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Putting aside whether they can find the way or not, they can indeed go deeper into the space. At most, they should be able to go to the place where the battle between the 4th rank and other level 8 powers is the fiercest. However, this is a one-way trip. The more unstable a 4th rank place is, the more unstable factors there are. The time they can use is absolutely unstable. Those at the peak of origin might be chased out of the normal order within an hour, or it might not change for 10,000 years. Without a method like mine to seal the level of order, if one of them goes, haha. If all of them go, they will all die. Yu Qi, Ge Zhongming, and the others broke out in cold sweat. They had underestimated the 4th order. It was a brand new order that they had never seen before. Its status was equivalent to the order that operated in the orderly void. The non-order that surged in the chaotic void was a macroscopic factor. How could it be so easily understood? If they wandered around in this brand new big environment, they would not even know how they died. Moreover, this big environment was not stable at all. Running around in that kind of place was no different from surfing in the void ocean. One wave and they would be gone. However, I will find a way to stop them. Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Uft." Yu Qi and the relatively calm Ge Zhongming both spat out a mouthful of water. They looked confused and confused. Jing Yuanji and the others thought for a moment and understood. Feng Qinghuang said, "You plan to keep it and pack it up when the time comes." Yun Nuashing rubbed her head and nodded with a smile. He saw the puzzled look on Ge Zhongming and the others' faces. Although he wanted to dump all the troublesome stuff like the abyssal death mist at the front line of the void, those things were just too complicated and troublesome. It was troublesome. He decided to put it simply. I mentioned to you before that there is a big problem in our void territory. Even if we gather all our forces there, it is not enough. I plan to solve the inexplicable seal of your void territory and pack it up and throw it over there." Yu Chi and the others let out a long "oh" and could not help but roll their eyes. This was a large-scale abduction, and it was the kind that did not allow for discussion. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and felt that something was wrong. That's not right. In fact, this void territory is also in the upper plane. When the time comes and we solve this inexplicable isolation and seal, this void territory will also appear in the upper plane. Buffed! I don't even need to pack it up. It will appear directly. Then it will be fine. Go Zhongming and the others smiled bitterly. Ning Fei pondered and said, "Mr. Feng, we are following you. It is not good for us to say anything." There is one thing that I am worried about. If we forcefully drag people from another void territory into this, I am afraid. Yun Nuashing knew that they were worried. He had already thought about it and threw it aside. As for why no one can escape, in this void, in this 8 elements realm, no one can avoid this battle. When Min mentioned the matter of the abyss of death mist, her beautiful face became a bit gloomy. She was already cold, but now it looked like a blizzard was about to fall. No one can avoid it. Everyone, it is just a matter of who dies first and who dies later. We don't want to die, so we fight. There are even more people who don't want to die. They are all fighting. They all fight. This is the most real problem. This is the most direct problem. Yun Nuashing spread out a hand and said, just as Min said, this is a matter of life and death for all of us. Not to mention that we are just separated by a strange void region. Even if we are separated by an entire primordial realm, those guys over there can still wipe out this place. Do you believe me? The only difference is that we will die first, and this place will die later. In the end, we will all die together. Yun Nuashing stretched and held the back of her head with both hands. She said in a nonchalant tone, "There is no need to say anything else. It is useless. It is not like I have not tried death before. It is not like I have not died before. I will get used to it. At worst, I will walk into the reincarnation road and start over again. I will leisurely wander around for a few more days. But what about the other people in this void? When they face death, they will not be like me. Most people will instinctively resist death. The same goes for ordinary life forms and even the higher life forms. So we chose to fight." Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Feng Qinghuang poured him a cup of tea. She took a sip and said, "It should be the same for this void area. Of course, there might be other situations, but it doesn't matter. After everything is set up, I will announce everything to the public and ask for answers. If anyone is willing to fight, I will bring them all over and leave the rest behind. Anyway, we have all been released by then. I don't want to waste time on correcting other people's thoughts. After they see the reality, they can do whatever they want. As for the ones that I think have the potential to cause trouble," seeing that Feng Qinghuang's face suddenly turned gloomy and she stopped talking, Gazhongming asked curiously, "And then?" Yun Nuashing chuckled and said, "Of course, it is the destruction of the gods, dragging a piece of the void and burying it in the void. A pit of 10,000 people. No, a pit of 10,000 gods. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Yu Chi and the other too felt a chill run down their spines. This was really decisive, but it was also true. If there really was a battle of that level, and they needed to control the situation, they really couldn't allow people to cause trouble to exist. It was better to crush those things into nothingness beforehand. Those who are from the lawful faction, and yet they stab us in the back, they should just stay at home and wait for the destruction to come. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath. When they were almost done with their conversation, many people had already left the pavilion. Some of them even glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others before they left. Their eyes flashed with ridicule, as if they wanted to see some people get into trouble. "Let's go." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and stood up. She carried Frost on her back and walked towards the door. It was time for them to go and take a look at the void. As for that void, they should be able to go there without that thing. although it would take some effort. "My friend, please wait." Just as Yun Nuashing and the others walked to the door of the pavilion and were about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Suddenly, their vision became blurry. In a flash, they appeared in another void. Yun Nuashing was stunned. The void in front of her changed from a street to a chaotic, temporary void. It was a void that had not been created yet and was used temporarily. In the void, there was no hostility for the time being. There was no other energy. She judged the person to be neutral. Then, she should be here to talk to them. She calmly turned around and saw the young man with a cloak slowly walking over from behind. He was alone, so he was not on guard. He looked at Yun Nuashing and nodded. Then he cupped his hands and said, "My name is Mo-he. It was rude of me to forcefully drag you into my void domain. Please forgive me." Yun Nuashing looked at him with a faint smile. "My surname is Fong. I am a man. I am the manager of the Soul Traversing Academy. May I know why you're looking for me? If you want to talk about that void domain, you don't have to say anything." Before Mo-he could speak, he was stunned when he heard this. His expression changed slightly. "Mr. Fong, are you not interested in that void domain? That fragment?" Yun Nuashing shook his head, causing Mo-he to stare blankly, making him feel a bit confused. "There are some things that I advise you to give up on. This is advice, not a threat. With your strength." "Haha, your strength is still passable. If you gather the strength of everyone in the ancient city, it won't be a problem for you to do as you please in this void region, but no." Yun Nuashing crossed his arms. Since he had decided to pull these lost fellows back from the void domain, it would be good if he said a few more words to dispel the manager's thoughts. He did not mind saying a few more words. "There is a hidden threat in this void domain that you are completely unaware of." "That's right. I can tell from the way you are standing in this void domain. You do not understand what you are facing at this moment. If you rush into the void domain like this, I am afraid that none of you will be able to come back." Mo-he was still frozen on the spot with his hands cupped in front of his chest. His expression was a little unnatural. Before he could say anything, his ears were stuffed. When he finally came back to his senses, he saw Yun Nuashing's serious expression. He felt that what Yun Nuashing said was probably true, but he was a little unwilling to accept it. "Fourth rank," Yun Nuashing suddenly said, startling Mo-he. He frowned. "What's fourth rank?" I am being rude." "You don't know." Yun Nuashing shook his head. He waved his hand and drew a circle in the void domain in front of him. He weaved a magic circle the size of a palm and gently pushed it to float in front of Mo-he. "I know that you are unwilling to accept it, or that you don't believe it. This is not a problem. Take this and put it anywhere. Go to your destination. It will tell you everything, and you will understand what I said today. If you still have the courage to continue forward after knowing everything, take this and come to me alone. I will wait for you in the deepest part of the void domain. You don't have to send us off. We can get out." "Haha, lost fellows." Mo-he stared blankly at the small and exquisite magic circle in his hand. His mind was full of questions. When he looked up, the group of people who had been standing in front of him just now had already disappeared. This made him feel a little scared. This temporarily constructed void domain also had the power of godly right. They had left his void domain so casually. This person is unusually dangerous. He put away the magic circle and turned to walk toward the void domain behind him. His expression was a little strange. He still had to go inside and see for himself. If what he said was true, there should still be a way out.